Yellow. Also comments. Let's go. Welcome to chat. Hi, chat. Will this work now? No? Huh. Google Chrome is weirdly broken right now. It's broken in a way I wasn't expecting it to be. It's broken in a way I wasn't expecting it to be. It's broken in a way I wasn't expecting. Yo, what up, Inferior? How we doing, boo-boo? It's broken in a way. Yeah, my Frosty video debut. I'm excited. Chat. Docs chat. No. Okay. Chat. Yo, what's up, Busy? How we doing, boo-boo? YouTube videos on Spiritborn? Oh, I'm excited. Yeah, I'm excited to do a pretty deep breakdown and just kind of like, basically I want to sit down with everybody here and just kind of read through everything that we know and try to absorb all of it and kind of start putting stuff together. We're in, baby. We're in. All right, hold on. Okay. All right. Everybody, this is a momentous occasion. Hold on, let me make sure it doesn't like blow out your speakers. Hold on.
Welcome back, you Diablo 4 super fans.
How is that?
A lot of new information came out over the past few weeks. But most importantly, many of your favorite Diablo 4 Giga Chads traveled far and wide.
How's that? How's that volume-wise? Never reacted to a video. I want it to be good. I want it to be good off the rip. It's good? Okay. Alrighty. So, this is a momentous occasion that requires a celebration. Oh, yeah. That did immediately get all over my face. That's fine. That's what carbonation's all about, baby. We have made it. We finally made it. Ignore me. We've made it into the FCU. We've made it into the Frosty LaRue cinematic universe. We were finally featured in one of his super hype Diablo 4 vids. I've had the opportunity to talk with Frosty a bunch recently. He's a really cool dude. But I've never been able to really like watch it and react to it. I've never been able to be on this side of the seat. I always have to enjoy watching Riker and DM and Rob and Rex and everybody. So I'm very excited. I've watched some of it. I haven't watched all of it. It's very, very good. And I figure we could all watch it together because it's apparently what you do. But the dude, like, unironically, some of the editing in this video is like kind of insane. I don't know where he gets the time to make this stuff happen. So shout outs to Frosty. Also, he's been live streaming. If you haven't been checking him out, he's been live streaming. Go check it out. But let's go ahead and watch this. I'm very excited for it because the man's just like comedic genius, honestly.
Welcome back, you Diablo 4 super fans. A lot of new information came out over the past few weeks. But most importantly, many of your favorite Diablo 4 Giga Chads traveled far and wide to touch grass together on their way to try out the new expansion and class for Diablo 4, the best game ever made. Damn, I know I'm jealous. But anyway, this is Diablo 4.
You gotta love
it's
DM,
not just
man.
about a super elite, amazing game.
DM seems to exist in a universe. Now, sadly, I haven't had an opportunity to like meet DM in the real world. We've only ever really like talked in meetings and stuff like that. We haven't been able to like sit down and actually chill with each other, but he seems like a pretty fun dude.
It's about the friends you made along the way. That's right, guys.
I was at the Blizzard headquarters in LA, and we had a chance for about 2 hours to play this amazing class. And not only me,
Look
like
at
we
all
were there
these
with
people,
like
by the way.
30, 40.
Like when they sent off this picture of how many content creators they brought out to the week beforehand out to LA, this was absolutely insane. Like the number of people here is kind of mind-boggling. They also brought in a ton of their international players as well, like a huge amount of their Korean players and content creators. Like this is an insane amount of people. I can't imagine what it was like trying to wrangle all of these people.
Guys, what questions do you have for us? We're here.
We just called Rex the booty.
Let's test it. Stand up.
Like straight.
There we go. We can't tell yet.
Perfect crotch shot.
Here we are
love
in
that.
front of the Blessed Mother statue. Here's a picture of a barricade, me and CJ.
So here's the problem. All right.
Shoutouts to my crotch. That's big my crotch energy. You're gonna see these red shorts later on. I thought this was all we were gonna get of this.
Hold on.
I made DM sick, dude. You can see his recent YouTube video. His voice was all fucked.
You're gonna have to excuse me in this video as I am both going to look and sound like an absolute
Sexy
baboon.
DM
We have to
voice.
stand
We
back
love
to
that.
back. Okay.
Also, Woody is like low key, just kind of small. Like Woody is a little bit small even compared to me, and I'm a very small dude. He's aerodynamically shaped for maximum speed.
He's a little bit taller. I'm sorry. Let's fucking go.
Speaking of pictures and getting to meet people, here's my boy Riker. DM loves Riker actually confirmed. Gotta meet him. Absolute lovely fella. And
Riker
of course,
is
I met
another
Gazi
short
many
dude.
times, but there he is being a salty bastard about it in the corner. Anyway, the point
We're all
is,
short
went to the
kings.
Blizzard HQ to test out the class. Embargo lifts for that as
DM.
of the 18th at noon Pacific.
Thanks for the setup, DM. Yes, the 18th was a monumental day for the billions of Diablo 4 superfans around the world,
And
and especially for one in particular.
We're sending it. Oh shit.
It's me in these glasses. This was really cool. So this was a live stream. Rax was like, hey, why don't we just live stream from the hotel? We got Echo Hack, Woody, Rax. The reason why I keep coming from off camera, and shoutouts to this pick. The reason why I love this, just put Woody right in the crosshairs. The reason why I keep coming from off camera is because Sarah and I, so Rax's girlfriend, Sarah, we were playing, people got like billiards, right? We were playing pool, and I did win that game of pool, but only because the 8-ball was in one of those positions where it was like right on the edge of the pocket, and you have to like barely hit it. Like, unironically, Sarah was winning by like 3 or 4 balls. And then it was the 8-ball, and it's like if you scratch when you get the 8-ball in, you automatically lose. And that's the reason why I won. So shout outs to Sarah. She absolutely schooled me in a nice round game of billiards.
There's a short about me.
Yeah, maybe from the live stream. Oh
Yeah, from
this can't be good.
You already saw it?
Yeah, of course I did.
Of course I've already seen it.
Because we're best friends. We were born one day apart. What do you want?
Okay, Macro, pull up the chat.
Now I'll pull up you.
Macro, bloodshed, Blue
This was
Hoodie
a lot
Man,
of fun.
Fame. Ask
This hotel was insane. So do you see this like just stuff back here? Do you see this stuff? This hotel, and like maybe I'll post pictures on X. This hotel was insane, dude. Like bananas wild. This hotel was absolutely bananas. It was the freakiest place I've ever been.
us anything you want.
Frosty said, "Happy birthday, Macro."
Hey,
It's your birthday?
It is. Oh, and hold
Happy
on.
birthday.
Oh, and hold on.
Also, real quick, you see that dap up? Hold on.
It's your birthday?
It is. Oh, and hold on.
Rax goes for the white man handshake. Your boy daps him up. I'm just saying, I'm a real one out here.
Oh, and hold on. Happy birthday to Frosty tomorrow.
Oh my.
We were almost birthday brothers.
And that's Sarah.
Frosty, happy birthday, man.
Hey, happy birthday, Frosty!
Oh, is it your birthday, Frosty? Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Frosty!
Yo, Frosty LaRue, my friend, happy birthday. Thank you so much for all the meme content. Keep doing what you're doing. Guys, add Frosty
It is
LaRue.
good.
Happy birthday.
Thanks so
It's a
much,
great
guys.
amount of
I
content.
really do appreciate you all. Everyone is so genuinely nice in this community. Even after they see what I have them say and do in my videos, it's hard to even believe myself.
Love you,
But
Frosty.
anyway, let's get back to the video.
We did an absolutely adorable, it definitely didn't take 500 attempts promo. You should go check it out. It looks really, but it's very good. But we look awkward as all hell.
Let's check it out.
What's up, Diablo fans? It's MacroBioBoi here from the Xbox
Yo, look at the
studio.
guys.
Same.
I'm Rax.
And I'm Woody.
Dude, man, they're wearing shorts.
Okay.
After the show, the 4 of us are going to be live on Twitch right here from the Xbox studio.
We'll be playing the Spiritborn class, giving you world first exclusive look at live gameplay and live.
Rex is standing there so awkwardly.
All right, so context for this, right? So we're up on this stage. This is the same stage that like they actually did the premiere from for the developers. Holy shit. It's the same stage. And it's like 1,000 degrees, and this is unironic. This is like our 50th take, because like we all had to learn how to do it. None of us have really used like prompters or like projectors or anything. And like it was going to be so different in the beginning. Then we're like, all right, everybody's going to get a hand on the ball. Everybody's going to talk. And I have done presentations before, and I know that you never know where to put your hands. You never have any idea.
He's like, what to do?
I feel so bad. So I did this move. I went with the classic hold your own hand, slightly offset feet. It makes it look like you're just kind of standing there as opposed to stuck in a Oh man, it's so good. It sucks so bad doing this. Doing it was very awesome. Like, doing this was one of the cooler things I've ever done. Rob also points out one other thing, which I think is very funny.
Do with my hands. I love how he just always...
Okay. He says, I always look so confused. Now, here is the problem. They're like, all right, we're going to come get some B-roll of you guys, like, playing. But obviously, like, we can't show this stuff. So we're just going to get, like, you know, face shots. We're just going to get kind of reactions and stuff. And I don't remember what I was doing in the game, but if you've been watching my content for a while, you'll know I spend a lot of time looking very quizzically at a thing. This is the natural what the F face that I kind of adopt when I'm trying to understand something that I'm looking at. And they happen to show up at the perfect time. I think I was looking at one of the new aspects that says you gain a multiplier of your block chance as damage. And the value on it, I think, was like 190%, which means you could put it onto a two-handed weapon and have it be 380%. And then because it's a multiplier of your block chance, you can get 100% block chance. So I was doing the math and I was like, this is like an 8 times multiplier from a single aspect. This is insane. And I think that's what I'm looking at right here. But I kind of felt bad that the B-roll that they get of me looks like I'm just saying, what the fuck is this at the video game?
He looks confused, man, when he's like looking like, what is this, man?
Rob knows.
Rex is not bald, guys. No, he's not.
He's not bald.
Thanks for the insider
Got a
news,
full
Rob.
head of hair.
But let's get back on track and hear
The
from those
luscious
at
mane.
the actual event who got to play the new class and interview some of those who worked on the new expansion.
I've worked on a lot of games. Been
Right,
around for
so
a while.
cool,
What games have you worked on?
I've worked
He's like
on
the
Tony
lead.
Hawk,
He's like
I've
the
worked
lead
on-
Tony Hawk's Pro
designer
Skater
for
2.
it. He's like
That's
the lead.
right.
Oh
That's
my
right.
god, dude. What would you say
Frank's a
if
really
you had
cool
to
dude.
give like the elevator speech of maybe people who are on the fence, like maybe they were a little sad about how Diablo launched or something along the way. What do you think is really going to bring people to the expansion? Why should they check it out?
Pets who follow you on your adventure, picking up golden materials along the way.
We already got the pets
Can
though,
the
Brett.
Spiritborn access the cow realm?
There is no cow level.
Perfect response.
Damn it.
10 out of 10. We got here. Are there other waypoints?
I have no idea.
Oh, okay. So you're also learning what I'm restricted from. Okay, so let's triple not get you in trouble. I also couldn't go down over here.
I'm not trying to get out of bounds into an area they don't want me in. That's not what I'm trying
He's
to
not
do
trying
here.
to do that.
I just think there's a goblin over there.
Oh, I didn't actually see this.
Wait. Oh, it's a town.
Okay, so it's
We don't
like
want
a
to
fairly small
break
town.
NDA or anything like that.
Yeah, so I'm going to break NDA and tell you this. So actually what's going to happen with the reveal is this guy is going to suddenly get beheaded, and then from behind him comes a sword and shield paladin. He's like, I'm here to destroy the jungle, and then it's actually a paladin.
Dude, sitting
How
there
does the
in the
team
stream
feel about the
starting
holy
moment
archetype? People
for
are
a solid half
salivating
hour
for
every
it.
stream is rough.
Is that a thing that we could see in the future in Diablo 4? So what I'm hearing from you is the community can have a say in the next class. So if people just keep crying about the paladin,
Yeah.
it will come true.
Why are we not getting a paladin? Where's my holy warrior?
So I know he's making a joke there. That is unironically what's happened throughout the entire development arc of Diablo 4. It's as long as people complain for long enough, you get stuff. You will get it. Like, you will eventually get it in the game. So we just have to be consistent. Wife always stands at parade, rest 10 years after army service.
Where's my paladin?
That makes
All right,
sense.
I'll
It's
ask
ingrained
about
in you.
paladins. Fine.
They've been rioting for like a year. Paladin when, Paladin when, Paladin when.
I think paladin's way cooler.
When do we get the paladin?
Why not something like a class from a prior game, like a paladin or something for that?
Yeah, right
Dude.
out of the gate, right?
Right out of the gate.
Two-faced
I
Adam
wanted a
setting him up.
paladin.
We had a producer that came up to me and he goes, okay, when paladin.
Yeah, I bet you they would bring paladin to D4. I bet they're just saving it.
Like,
Almost
more
certainly.
people want a paladin
Honestly.
than anything else.
I mean, the only logical business decision, if enough people want a paladin, is to make a paladin. Because people are just gonna love it if you finally give the people what they want, right?
I want to play Paladin.
Alright, I guess we should at least get to some bits of information on the new expansion and class.
When I saw the first
just
time
keep memeing.
some abilities of the Spiritborn, I literally had goosebumps.
I love the new
Jaguar
class.
Owl.
This is really the archetype that I was hoping for.
The cool part about this class is you have like these 4 different themes in all of the skill categories.
I like this class.
I think this class is the most fun class I've played.
These bosses are so
Honestly.
cool, man.
I like everything
It's
about
kind of upsetting.
Alaska except
It's honestly a bit upsetting how much more fun it was playing that class even at level 30. I'm gonna be honest with you.
the weather, dude.
What I like the most is the Jaguar.
Why I like the eagle so much, man. It's just cool.
I love the big bird.
I love this
Big
level.
bird.
This level's sweet.
I like Spirit Walker, honestly.
Bam. I love this laser beam, man. That's the ultimate.
Oh man, this is so good. They put okay, so this is the Necropolis. Yo, what up, Frosty? Frosty. First off, thank you. I appreciate you. We're in the FCU, baby. But now I'm just commenting on it. This is the Necropolis. This is like the Necromancer thematic stronghold that you unlock. And when you go there, the blacksmith, the healer, and the shop owner are all the little skeleton buddies. It's Cassian and Friedrich, and then Gnosis over here is the healer. I love it so much. This was like the biggest thing that I geeked out with Eleni, because she did all of like the lore and the voice lines here. I'm so excited to go here on the Necro because they have different voice lines for that class. I'm so excited.
Love this little guy.
I want to frickin' play this class.
Alaska's absolutely gorgeous. It's just you don't really get that much of a summer.
I like exploring.
I like the background music.
I like completely
I like
skipped all of the
exploring.
lore.
I love these guys, the Rotwalkers. Those are probably my favorite new monster types.
So first of all, I love Paladins. If you put Paladin in the game, that'd be great.
I like the boss design
This
as
boss
well.
was
I used to be a
super
parkour
cool.
instructor.
You will be
I was a parkour instructor. So here's the problem. The last time I seriously did any training, I immediately broke my ankle and was off my feet for about a month and a half, recovering at home. But I was a parkour instructor. So I went to UMass Amherst. I got into the parkour club because like the other people that were like in my year were joining into it. And then basically everybody who was part of the original parkour club just kind of left, and that like absorbed my life for 3 straight years. We continued to train after that. I've gone to like a Red Bull Art of Motion. I met a bunch of the dudes back in the day who like, I don't even know if they're still going, but I met like Livewire. I got him to sign my pants. Who was the dude who was like a big Red Bull shill and used to be like a stunt work actor and all of that? Ryan, oh God, I forget his name. But I got to meet like some of just like the coolest dudes in the world. But like, I loved it. I loved doing it every single day. We would like get out of class. We would all meet up at the FAC. It's called the Fine Arts Center. And we would just train from like 3 in the afternoon until 8 p.m. All of us would go out and eat dinner. We would eat a stupid amount of calories. What's parkour? Parkour is like free running. There's been a bunch of video games about it. You can do parkour and stuff like Assassin's Creed, but parkour is the art du. Oh, what is it in French? It's the art of motion. It's the idea of doing outdoor and urban acrobatics. So it's like climbing buildings and doing flips and doing precision jumps to like really scary shit. Yeah, remember The Office where they go hardcore parkour? That's parkour. Mirror's Edge is like the parkour game. There's been a couple since then, obviously. But I was an instructor. In fact, that's actually how I met Panda, my girlfriend. She showed up to the parkour club, and I used to like train her and like all the other freshmen. And the thing that sucked, there was like a core group of like 5 or 6 of us who would do parkour. Even when nobody else was showing up and we were training in the winter, when it got too bad outside, we would go indoors and work on like inside rails and stairwells. And basically all the other dudes like weren't good at teaching and were really enjoying college. You know what I mean? So it got to a point where I was like one of the only people who would like stop and teach new people. And that's why like I developed all these relationships. But it was like a big part of my life for a long time. Yeah, Ryan Doyle, that's the dude. Got Ryan Doyle to sign my pants. Livewire, I can find them somewhere. You can't recognize them anymore, but I used to do parkour in jeans, and skate shoes, because I always told everybody that basically like the big joke was like we're working on being able to escape the police. So you need to be able to do parkour whenever, wherever, and whatever you're wearing. So I used to do it in like normal jeans and skate shoes, and that's how I used to train.
Blown away by some of the cinematics.
Like, how can I live in Alaska when the things I like to do involve warm weather?
I love DM.
Is the class fun and difficult? One thing that I will tell you guys is Jesus fucking Christ.
Oh man. I love
What's
that.
up, man? Nobody let Frosty see that clip.
Because I wanted to get this video out before everyone in the ARPG community goes on a beach vacation this Friday, here's a half-ass preview of what's to come in a future video.
I really railed Macro on it on our ride to the actual event.
Okay.
Macro and I were definitely
We need to talk
chatting
about
his
this.
accent.
Oh, that's not the railing he was talking about.
We need to talk about this. Okay. Rax. So I have a Boston accent. If you never heard me talk, my name's Mako. I'm from Boston. I do actually have a really thick accent when I remember that I have an accent or when somebody brings it up. You hear this a lot when I say like ka, parkour, all that kind of stuff. Now, I don't normally talk in my original accent because most people think that I sound like an absolute lunatic. But he heard me talk in my accent, and that's actually why I have the Redeem the Darkness right here. MacBain, thank you so much for redeeming the darkness. The darkness has been redeemed. Hopefully the darkness will stay redeemed. This redemption on YouTube only exists so that people can hear me say darkness, because nobody ever believes I actually have an accent. And I'm not putting this on. This is just what I would sound like if I stayed in my hometown of Revere, right? So, yes. So I have a pretty thick accent. And when I get excited or when we're talking about stuff or just in particular words, right? Like ka, you're going to hear it. Ka, pakwa. Rax lives in the Midwest, and he hears me say something with an accent. It was like 15 minutes of the car ride over to the studio where he's just like, now say pots. And I'd be like, pots. And he's like, pots. It was 15 solid minutes of him just being like, now say this word with an ah. And the thing that he couldn't wrap his head around was the fact that we take the R in the English language, and we change it into an H whenever it is in the center of a word and is not doubled over. So, like the word tarot, we would say R there because it's not car, right? When it's not at the end of a vowel sound. When it's at the beginning of a syllable, we'll typically say it. So there's a city in Massachusetts called Reading. We would say Reading. I wouldn't go adding because that's nothing. That's like English or whatever. But I'll say car or parking lot, car keys, all of that. He had me say car keys, khakis. He basically anything that you could come up with, he was like, now you say it. And then would lose it whenever it had a Boston accent to it. And he's like, ah! And like, I've been talking to this dude for years. We've been friends now for years. He's heard me talk before, but he was losing his mind over it. And then obviously he said he was railing me because, well, he's a little spicy.
What's even more manlier would be having a guy and then a third guy. And the only way to top that would be to invite a fourth guy. Can you imagine the amount of testosterone in that bedroom?
Am I missing my lover, Mr. DM? Actually, I love DM. Right. Oh my gosh, has DM mentioned the escape room that we did together? And just about the moment that door shut and we were lost.
All right, I want everybody to enjoy this. And I don't want to interrupt it. Yo, Meppy, thank you so much for the raid. Welcome in, everybody. We're watching Frosty LaRue's video. We finally made it into the FCU, the Frosty Cinematic Universe. I finally get to react to one of these. Thank you so much for the raid, man. I appreciate you. I want to let you all enjoy the love drama of Rika, and now I'm stuck in a Dath microtransaction. All right, how do I say Wusta? Wusta. All right, but I will be right back. Hold on. I will be right back. I have a bit, and this bit's important. Oh no, chat. Oh no, I can't make good on the bit. Where did it go? Where's my boy? Where's my beautiful boy? Where? Oh, I found it. Okay. God, I was so afraid. All right. We're gonna enjoy the love. The love. We're gonna enjoy the love. We're gonna enjoy this.
Locked into the room. We went really hard on each other. Are you ready for a good time?
Yes, I am. I own a motorcycle. I own two of them.
This was so good.
One of them doesn't work, but one of them does.
Holy crap, so cool.
I'm sorry.
Frosty,
but-
this editing
but
is top
This
notch.
one isn't like that hard. Right?
I'm sorry.
I do not have a paper towel roll on my wall.
Oh, look how fast you are. You're a speedy boy now.
You're a speedy boy now. Okay. This is beautiful. This is next level. The hats are too much. Here's my problem. Okay? And I'm not a home wrecker. I'm really not. I respect the sanctity of love and partnership and being with who you're truly meant to be with. And I don't like to insert myself into drama. That's not me. But I have a problem. And it is that this is MacroBioBoi erasure. My history is being thrown to the side for absolutely no reason other than clickbait and nonsense. Okay? Who's been there? Day one. Who's been there? Day one. Do you know how long I had to harass poor CJ to get this hat? Do you know how many hours I put in to be able to sit here in front of you all as the ultimate Riker fanboy? Hey, folks, it's Riker. That's me, baby. I put in the time. I put in the effort. Okay? DM just gets to fall into his arms, and I think that's ridiculous. But that's it. That's all I have to say. And this isn't merch. This isn't, I bought this on the internet to make a joke at the end of this video. This is his hat. His sweat is in the brim of this hat. I've never washed it, and I never will. That's it. That's all I have to say. That's it. That's it. That's it. I'm not hurt. Look, I could be the bigger man. I'm not hurt. I also might literally be taller than both of them. I can literally be the bigger man. That's okay.
Together we're stronger. It's always been this way. TM loves Riker, holding you tight every single day.
Absolutely.
Guys, ask us questions. Let's go.
So, Spiritborn's the next class. If you guys could pick a class after that, what would you want next?
Not Paladin. Get bent. Flame me in chat. Paladin's the worst class in this game.
I think that's a bad call, man.
Yeah.
We don't even have the holy archetype.
I know.
Okay.
No,
that's bad, guys.
No.
Okay, I did forget I said that.
No, let me.
Okay, I actually didn't see that. Oh, I forgot I said that. Hey, man. So yeah, get bent. I don't know what to tell you. Oh, no. All right. I do love you, Lexi, but we can't keep watching. Okay. Alrighty. There we go. Hey, man, that was awesome. Thank you very much. Thank you for including me. That's super cool. This is art. This is a whole piece of art. But yeah, shout outs to Frosty. Shout outs to my boy Frosty. Go give him a follow. Go give him a like. He's been streaming now. He's been live streaming. I actually forgot I said that and did not know that that was coming at the end. So shout outs to that. That was pretty great. That was awesome. I don't think they're going to be doing Paladin for a while. I definitely think what I think we can get out of this expansion is the revival of the light, like the Zacharin priesthood or something. And then what we'll get out of that is whatever the holy class will be. But yeah, shout outs to Frosty. Thank you so much, man. That was awesome. I'll have to watch this start. It's the Ouroboros. It's the self-eating snake. So paladins, the Zacharin priesthood is effectively extinct. I was educated online. The splinter cell of the Crusades are kind of like the Sith in that there is like a number of them that all have a squire. So the total number of Crusaders is limited, and that number has only been getting smaller. So at the very least, there is a splinter cell of the priesthood that could be a paladin. But what we know as paladins just don't exist anymore. I also support the get bent stance. Look, I'm not saying I was looking for clickbait. I am saying get bent. Mostly, I just don't like the paladin in D2. And maybe it's not even I don't like the paladin. Maybe it's I just don't like the paladin fandom of D2. Like maybe that's what it is. I'm actually just salty about that. But all right, let's get swapped back over. You on the real live stream was so good. I had an amazingly fun time on the real live stream. Honestly, I'm so glad that Rax asked to do it because I think it was an absolute blast. Oh, I need to swap things out here. Resources. Where is, hey, stop. Resources. Home. Where's our, we have Spiritborn stuff. I know we have like things up. Spiritborn. Search. Class overview. Also, shouts to Atoka, just pumped out all of this so fast. Reizoka, the jaguar, Woomba, the gorilla, Quatli, the eagle, and Balazan, the centipede. Yeah, let's talk about it. Let's talk about these skills. I wanna sit down and basically sit down with all of you and just learn everything that we can possibly learn about this class, like in real time. I had a really good time on the podcast as well. What I like about the podcast is that while all of us have like fairly similar kind of takes, like we all like the games for similar reasons, I feel like we walk away with incredibly different whys and hows and whats, all from the same kind of like section of information. And I think it generally makes for fairly good conversation. Like there were points where we were just like, I hard disagree with you, man. I think that's trash. And it's like, oh, okay, cool. Let's hear about it. Also, we got a new tweet from Fletcher, right? Pez Reda. I've seen this question a bunch. I'll jump the gun. Don't rat me out. The plan is for Diablo 5 Season 5 live stream to be on 8/1. So next Thursday. We'll go over all changes post PTR, so you guys will be able to see the stuff that we got a sneak peek of. By Marcus Kretz. Oh, my dude! Yo, Marcus is sick. Marcus is a good dude. Marcus may host some streams in the future as schedules get tight and we expand content on these as well. Interesting. Okay. So Marcus is going to be a new, more permanent face. Swell guy Marcus. Swellius. He'll bring all the swell. Calm down. Marcus is huge. He's a good dude. But yeah, campfire next Thursday. Yeah. Give you thanks to the podcast, followed Rax for years, and only now discovering other creators thanks to D4. Mini Necro was a good time. Yo, what up, Ian? Welcome on in. How about raids and podcasts? All of you made good points. It's really hard to satisfy every player. It's super hard to satisfy every player. I would call it impossible to satisfy every player. And I don't think that that's a bad thing. It's just, what does it do for us, right? And how does it work? These had the mobility tag on them. Oh, very interesting. Okay. Okay, so let's start off with basic skills. And basically what I'm going to do here is I'm going to just read through everything as we go. Oh, did we get the aspects? Does the site have the new aspects, by the way? Does any site have the new aspects? Did somebody actually record all of those? Does anybody know? Will there be a new test dummy in the new region? Yes. The new test dummy, at least the one that I used, was in the Crust Bazaar, which was like the central city hub. I believe Wowhead has them. D4 builds. All right, I could check out D4 builds. Do you know where? D4 builds, Vessel of Hatred. Huh. Something's weird with Google Chrome right now. Build planner is already live with the Spiritborn. Oh, Spiritborn. Okay. Okay. Was the one that I wanted the crushing unrelenting aspect. Okay. All right. So it looks like they have them. We'll also check out that. Okay. But let's just like go through like skill by skill, read it together, talk about it. Was that true in my experience? I played level 30. We've seen a video come out recently where the character was max level 60. The only thing that I can say is that we saw some stuff coming to the game in the expansion. I think it's really going to shake stuff up. So I can't really say too much more. But that video seems to support that. Nothing should be considered confirmed at all. We're in pure speculation mode. Yeah, that's where I'll leave it. We're doing a lot of speculation. So we're gonna start off with the basic skills, and I'm gonna go through and read these pound for pound and just kind of talk about them and try to use a comparison point. Like we're gonna use the Necro as a comparison point here to get an idea of what these skills kind of do, what their numbers are, what we should be expecting, etc. Rock Splitter was probably my favorite of the basic skills. This is the Gorilla one. It comes with mobility and basic as a skill tag. All three of these, so the bird basic skill is the only one that doesn't act as lunging strike. You know, lunging strike moves you towards a target and attacks for the Barbarian. Thunder Spike is the only one that doesn't, but it modifies how your evade works. So they were trying to give us some kind of like difference in functionality there. Dev's going to put patch notes for Season 5 next week. Next week? There's a good chance. There's a good chance. Is the consensus that we're getting max level 110? We're changing max level to 60 in Paragon points. There's no consensus that the level is going up from 100. The current speculation is that it's going down to 60, and that progression is fundamentally changing. And that's really all I can say. That's what the speculation is. That's what people are working off of. Do you think it'll be worth it to play through the whole campaign? Worth it is really hard for me to determine for you. I'm personally going to try it. Yeah. Because I want to see how it works as one continuous story. Does the Gorilla Spirit Thorns passive trigger on every hit? Yes. So the... where are they? So this one, casting a Gorilla skill deals 100% thorns to enemies you hit and grants a barrier. So you have to be using a skill which would hit a target, and then you gain 100% of your thorns as damage on that attack. Now, the question is whether or not it's bonus damage like Overpower used to be, or if it modifies the base skill damage. Thank you for the follow, Dudo. Also, we need music. Can y'all hear the music? Come here and get some. Thank you for the follow. Thank you for all the follows while I was watching the video, by the way. Okay. I want it to be low because I typically have it like way too loud. Do I make a conscious choice to not speak in my accent? So the answer is I attended university where basically nobody had the Boston accent around me. So that naturally modified how I spoke and also helped me to code a little bit better. People do a lot of coding, myself included. And then after that, I worked in healthcare where people need to be able to hear and understand me as clearly as possible. Then after that, I was an account manager, a senior account manager for a very large amount of business where I had to put on, sales meetings and presentations and be respected by people who went to very expensive universities that I didn't go to. So that's mostly modified my voice over the years, and I moved away from other people speaking with my accent often. Even getting like 2 or 3 cities out from my hometown, the accent gets like weaker and weaker and weaker. And nowadays, this is probably like my normal resting voice unless I've been reminded of my accent. And then I dip pretty hard back into my accent, and then you can hear it a bit more when I'm talking. And then each one of the words, I've kind of learned 2 different ways to say each word, where like saying word here and saying word here are 2 very different things. But typically in my day-to-day, I don't normally talk with my accent because I'm not reminded of it so much. And again, a lot of the people around here like don't have it. Like my roommates are from Weston, Mass, and from like further north and further away from the North Shore, where this accent is significantly stronger as you get closer and closer into Boston. But like, grab my car keys is something I would pretty typically say. Now, if I just go back into the normal voice I'm using while presenting and what I'm typically speaking with here on stream, I'll still say ka, right? I won't say like ka. I also don't normally talk like this much. I'm not fucking in it, kid wicked pissa. You know what I mean? But I would say ka. How's your accent called? So if the original accent name is the Harvard accent. Historically speaking, the Harvard accent was created by those living in the United States to have a form of English that was more easily understood by Europeans. And it's like most historically spoken by upper crust people in the greater Boston area. So John F. Kennedy, our president who was assassinated, spoke with the Harvard accent. He's from Cape Cod, which is a very simultaneously like drug-ridden but also very nice part of Massachusetts, the state that I'm from. But if you ever heard John F. Kennedy, my fellow Americans, the Harvard accent is how he talked, and that's how people would talk. And it was supposed to be a transatlantic accent. It was supposed to be able to bridge the gap between the Americas English and the European English. But it's typically called like the Boston accent. Oh, so the Aaron Earned and Iron Earn, that one If you're talking about like the four black dudes who are like talking all together, that's not the Boston accent that they're speaking with. That is, God, what is that accent from? That's Baltimore. That's the Baltimore accent. Now, if I were to say that, I would say iron earned and iron earned. It's not as bad as iron earned and iron, but it's iron earned and iron earned. The funny part about iron earned and iron earn is that, yes, you should say it as Aaron earned and iron earn, but the R there isn't at the end of a vowel sound, which is where the Boston accent tends to cut it into an H. Whenever we would make the soft consonant sound of it, or like the vowel sound of it, R becomes A, Ka, Pak. But Aaron, the R in Aaron is at the beginning of a syllable. So it's Aaron. So we wouldn't, I mean, a lot of us would say Aaron, but it's not as hard as Arn, which is what Baltimore tends to do. But I would say Aaron earned and iron earned, if I wanted to say it quickly. Tom Brady is my god. He's not. He's a fucking lunatic. And he thinks that you can lower the pH of the human body by eating he thinks that you can unironically deacidify your bloodstream, and that will make you better at healing by eating basic foods, as in pH level basic, as in higher pH level, which is not how that works. In fact, it would increase the rate of acid production in your digestive system, as it would seek to return back to its homeostatic pH balance. So Tom Brady is in fact not my god. He's a fucking lunatic. He just happens to be really good at football. Okay, here we are. I think to understand these skills, see, this immediately sounds too loud to me, this music. I'm going to turn it down just a little bit. All right. To understand these skills, I think that we have to understand how they'll be modified by the Spirit Hall effect. The Spirit Hall is you picked a primary spirit and a secondary spirit. Your primary spirit will give you a bonus, and then the secondary spirit can be the same one or a different one and it'll give you a different bonus. The important part is that the primary spirit that you pick will add that skill tag to all of your skills. So if you pick Jaguar and you use the monkey ability, it will be a monkey Jaguar ability. So let's just understand the Spirit Hall effects. Let's really like put this into our head to understand how we can manipulate the skills to have different effects. Seemed to work pretty well for him. I would think being the highest paid athlete in the history of the world with the strongest legacy team behind him, all of the research and health science and resources a person could ever possibly want, while being given every single thing that you could possibly need physically, is probably what worked pretty well for him. And it turns out the irony of how you change your diet didn't change his pH balance, and he was just eating generally healthy food. That's probably what worked pretty well for him. It probably wasn't that he thought he could actually modify the pH balance of his blood. And this is why correlation and causation are not the same thing. What up, ProNoob? Do you have more information about the uniques for the game? We do not currently. No. So Jaguar chains it so that every 4th time you deal direct damage with the Jaguar skill, which all your skills will be Jaguar skills. And it's every time that you deal direct damage, not every time you use a skill. So skills that do damage multiple times will trigger this. Unleash additional slashes, dealing 100% of the damage of the 4 hits. All skills are now Jaguar skills. So the interesting part about this is that you can kind of get like a mini spirit bomb effect, which is that on your way to a boss, you could do 3 very large damage attacks as your 3 stacks, and then do your 4th attack. This will trigger an additional damage effect, which we'll have to understand how like skill modifiers work for this, etc. Does it just use the skill tag of the last thing that triggered it? Does it read things that say like your core skills do more damage? Or does it just take the damage value that was applied to the target, then put those together as a new damage modifier, and then read generic damage multipliers as further scaling of it. Will it double dip or will it only single dip? This is like the biggest question for Jaguar, as far as I'm concerned. As a secondary spirit ability, it says that your maximum ferocity is increased by 1, and you gain a stack of ferocity whenever you kill an enemy or damage a boss. Ferocity says you can get up to 4 stacks. Each stack gives you 5% attack speed, up to a maximum of 20%. If you use Jaguar as your secondary, it says that you can gain 25% attack speed. And what this means is that the Jaguar, a lot of these skills, they naturally ramp, and the Jaguar can basically just add 25% attack speed to any build via this functionality, because now you don't need things that actually say generate ferocity. You can just use any attacks that you normally would like to use and benefit from this attack speed. Do we take into consideration the new helmet? Yes, we take that into consideration, but the helmet is a build around. There's probably not a world where it's used on every single build. It depends on the stats of it, honestly. It's really hard to beat a 2.5 multi, though, and I really fucking hate it, but I assume the numbers will come down, like, significantly. But yeah. Eagle, and it's interesting to fit... I don't know. Woody had a really good time with Eagle. I didn't immediately click with it. But the idea of the Eagle is that whenever you use an Eagle skill, you'll summon out 2 Storm Feathers. You can have 8 of them. Whenever you evade, which you want to be proactively evading all the time to activate different systems, the Storm Feathers randomly fire off, dealing lightning damage and making targets vulnerable. So here's my thing about using this as a primary skill. Evading has to be very, very powerful. Evading has to be super powerful for you to waste time evading rather than continuing to attack. Because typically in the end game, what you're doing is either setting up bonuses or spending your resource. So choosing to evade instead to always get the maximum benefit of this, because it says use 4 Eagle skills and then gain 8 instances of non-skill based damage that will apply vulnerable. So evade now says apply vulnerable, which is pretty good. But when we have lucky hit chance apply vulnerable, as long as that's still in the game with decent lucky hit chance, you really don't need this at the rate of speed that the class attacks. So how you can modify Storm Feathers has to be incredibly powerful for this damage number to be relevant and for you to stop attacking and instead evade. So we just have to keep that in mind. We have to look for ways of abusing evade and making evade very valuable for this to be good. Secondary bonus, every 4 meters that you move increases your critical strike chance. The bonus is reset 2 seconds after critically striking. So the interesting part about this, again, is that because it very specifically requires you to move, and we have to see whether or not evading and using mobility skills counts as moving, like whether or not it tracks the meters, or if it's only meters run, like meters moved via the move input in the game, is something that has to be tested. But on top of that, this secondary spirit, other than activating your secondary spirit skill tags now apply to skills through the helmet, is seemingly very weak in the end game, but very good in the early game, because it allows you to get crit chance in a way that you otherwise normally couldn't. And it resets after 2 seconds, so you can get like 2 or 3 attacks in. So the build planner site Rob uses, it says all stats, damage, crit damage, and DR. Can you help me to better understand what you're asking me to confirm? I'm not sure what you're asking me to confirm. The helmet stats. I don't consider any of the unique item stats to be confirmed in any way, shape, or form. That none of them are confirmed. Nothing on this class is confirmed. We're only seeing a build from a long time ago that was meant to just highlight playing the class at level 30. Unironically, and this isn't me like trying to be safe, none of the numbers that you're seeing and none of the values are anywhere near what they'll look like when the expansion releases, and you shouldn't assume that they will. You can use them to get a sense of things. You can't say, because this helmet will have these stats, it'll be best in slot. Nobody can say that. The devs can't say that right now. But I don't think that the secondary spirit gets used the majority of the time in the endgame. Gorilla, casting a Gorilla skill deals 100% thorns to the enemy you hit. So it applies thorns, and I assume things that would naturally modify thorns. And grants a barrier, 10% of your maximum life, up to 40%. All skills are also now Gorilla skills. Time to see whether or not this works with Soul Brand. It probably won't. Secondary spirit bonus. Maximum resolve is increased by 2. Resolve says that as long as you have a stack, you have 20% damage reduction. And every time you get hit, it removes a stack. When you have 5 of these stacks, you are unstoppable. Having permanent unstoppability, if you can have permanent resolve by having permanent barrier, pretty strong. So we'll have to see whether or not the stacks drop off when you have barrier. Excuse me, because right now, Fortify doesn't drop off, but that's because you're not taking direct damage to your maximum, to your current life value. These stacks might drop off even when a barrier gets hit, but we'll have to see how often you can maintain unstoppable. Obviously, this naturally helps you to maintain the unstoppable. I think this one is either going to be like an auto-include half the time, or not really relevant enough to be used. It's kind of weird. A class-specific unique coming with all stats makes no sense. I don't think it makes no sense. I think they're trying to put all stats on a lot of things in the game nowadays as like a generically good stat. Oh yeah, dodging and blocking. Also, when you get fortified, I wonder if that will... No joke. First bug I assume will happen with this class. They will have things which say fortify them. Fortifying counts as an attack against you. It will reduce resolve stacks. And this will be a major issue unless they get ahead of it right now. That's my first premonition, my first prophecy. Centipede, primary spirit. Hitting an enemy with a centipede skill reduces their damage and slows them. That means that every single time that you hit with a centipede skill, you're going to apply stagger to a boss because you're applying slow. The interesting part though is that because slow can't be applied to the target, I don't think you'll get stacking slow value. So I assume you'll only ever get stagger of 10% slow as opposed to stagger of 80% slow, which is interesting. I assume this will be weaker for staggering than we expect it to be because it will work like that, if I had to guess. Also, reducing their damage though, which can apply to a boss, means that you can reduce their damage by 20%, pretty massive. Secondary spirit, and this is what I was using all the time, heal you for 1% of your maximum life for every nearby enemy you've poisoned in the last 3 seconds, up to 5%. Here's my only thing, I don't know the rate at which this heal was occurring. Heal for 1% of your maximum life for every nearby enemy you have poisoned in the last 3 seconds. So I assume it checks whenever you have poisoned, and it has a timer, and then when you apply a poison, it will then read the number of targets and then heal up to 5%. I don't know how else it could work coding wise, but I'll be interested to see when we actually break down how this works and how it can possibly even read it. Is it instances of applying a poison, or is it instances of poison dealing damage to targets? What up, Trev? So if I have Indariel's Visage, right? This deals damage for 5 seconds. If I trigger Indariel's Visage, it poisons everybody. I wait 4 seconds and then I hit somebody. does it read me as having applied poison to one target, or all of the targets that have been dealt have been receiving poison damage from the debuff applied to them? That's like really hard to understand. But Gorilla, Jaguar, very, very good. Amazing for DPS. The secondary is very good for damage. Gorilla is just amazing for survivability. This one, again, will just have to be if you can actually make evade valuable enough. This one seems pretty bad. This is obviously insane. Absolutely bananas insane, and this is bananas insane. So, like, this plus this basically makes you unkillable. This and this is just a really good damage value proposition. This plus this is very good. This and this helps with stacking poison. This with this helps with stacking like near permanent barrier. It's the eagle that I think underperforms, but we'll have to see. Okay, so now that we have that, you think the Jaguar one will apply with a unique makes everything count as a third strike? Do I think the Jaguar one... So I talked about how I think this will work. I believe what will happen is it will take the damage number applied from damage instances. The only way that it makes sense that it could work to me is it will keep a running count of damage instances applied to a target, which would read... So it reads all of their modifiers, takes the number that is shown on the screen that you did to the target, and then takes that and deals it as damage. The question is whether or not it will then re-dip on generic multipliers. But yeah, alrighty. I'm sorry. I have to very quickly run to the bathroom, and I'll be right back. Oh, I'll run ads now, so we don't see them later. Also, hey, real quick. Yo, shoutouts to whoever used my code for HelloFresh. Shoutouts to HelloFresh, exclamation point HelloFresh on Twitch. It's down in the description on YouTube. They're sponsoring us for this month. If you'd like to support the channel, check out what they have to offer. It now works for orders worldwide, which is pretty dope. Shoutouts to them. I'll just run the ads now so we don't get interrupted later. Also, shoutouts to everybody who's already liked the YouTube channel. Thank you so much. Appreciate you. And we'll be right back. We back. We back. We back out here. All right. Rock Splitter. Rush at a target. So lunging strike. Clobber an enemy in front of you. This is the gorilla move. Generates 11 vigor. Let's see, it doesn't tell you how much vigor it generates. So 11 resource, lucky hit chance 29%, just verifying, 29%, okay. Your third attack strikes enemies, third attack strikes enemies around you, dealing 28% damage. So you go 15%, 15%, 28% in a small AoE. Felt really good using that. Let's look at Necro, just to get an idea of basic skills. This is 27%, 27%, that can AoE, 33%, that then AoEs for 40% once per second. This is 13%. So we have similar to Reap, and then somewhere around Bone Splinters damage. Hemorrhage damage. Nice lucky hit chance on a basic skill. Generates a good amount of vigor. I assume it generates vigor per enemy hit from the third attack, maybe. Can't quite remember. Rock Splitter increases, so the enhancement increases your block chance by 15% for 5 seconds, and when you block, you gain vigor. So at 100% chance to block, you will block all incoming attacks. So as long as you use Rock Splitter once every 5 seconds, when you block with 100% chance, you will generate resource. The first upgrade was the third attack knocks enemies back and grants resolve per enemy hit. Not bad. Knocking them back isn't like whatever, although I think that should apply stagger. But granting resolve is like pretty decent. You can also use a weapon that says you're always doing the third attack of a basic skill. So you would be permanently applying stagger and gaining resolve each time that you hit with it. The question is whether or not these basic skills are like good enough to use on a final build. Maybe. Block is additive. Block is a stat like crit chance. You can have up to a 100% chance to block. You are typing super fast, Nick. Can I get a TLDR? That seems insane. Sure. The secondary effect is that Rock Splitter increases your thorns by an amount, scaled with level. What do you have here? Okay. Flat value. And your third attack deals 100% of your thorns to enemies. I think this is what I was using on mine, because the knockback and resolve wasn't as important, but it might be more important in higher tier content. Yeah, so block, well, how much damage reduction you get while blocking can be manipulated, but classes will now have a base block value, and you can modify how much damage it reduces, but it's not dodge. Sometimes you got notepad and copy paste. Can you just help me to understand what rant we're going on? It seemed kind of non sequitur from what we were currently talking about. I'm not trying to shit on you, but oh, Barb nerfs? What was the question? Barbs need to be nerfed for sure. Gushing Wounds was like a 4,000 times multi for the class that needed to be brought into line. But But yeah, absolutely. People can only work with the information that they currently have. That's all that you can do. It's not wrong to say, hey, these numbers look really... Like the outcome should be, these numbers look very harsh. I wonder what the landscape will look like, including the other changes coming. Yo, what's going on, Yama? How we doing? Okay, so as far as a basic skill is concerned, this is your Thorns tool. It's a big survivability tool as well. It generates resource very efficiently. And it has stagger potential. Yo, Cookie, thank you so much for the 3 months, boo-boo. Appreciate you.
You subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
I think my gate... Well, there's no way for my gate to be better. I need to, like, just turn down that notification is what I need to do. Hold on.
This is a subscription test.
That sucked.
This is a subscription test. This is a subscription test.
That one should be scary.
So, you subscribe to a bad content creator. You're a real one.
This is a subscription test.
So I turned that one down significantly. Hopefully it will be better. Thank you so much, Yama Cookie. Okay. Thunder Spike, which I wasn't super impressed with. It's Eagle, it's not mobility, 9 vigor, 23% lucky hit chance. Quickly jab forward, but it doesn't actually move you. Yeah, the other ones actually have a move verb. Quickly jab forward with a piercing strike. Your third attack pierces further, dealing more damage and reducing your evade cooldown by 5 seconds. So that's kind of wild, right? So we have our first thing of being able to make evade good. Welcome to the content loop. Thank you, Frosty. I appreciate you. And like, I'm a very real person. Feel free to use anything that I say that's ever like very real and authentic, and go for it, man. Go crazy. I'm definitely not desperate to be involved. I definitely don't feel incredible amounts of anxiety of whether or not I'm involved. That's definitely not real or true. That's not happening. No, but thank you very much, man. It's like, it's very interesting. Like, how do I describe this thing? Making organic memes is hard. When you try hard, people can recognize when it's not real, and it cheapens the entirety of the experience. So when someone in the sphere creates content in the way that you do it, it creates it in an organic way that then the community can enjoy without it feeling forced. And that's like very, very valuable, I think, in this day and age, when it's like, it's really hard to find organic, funny memes and community shareable jokes in the ARPG space that aren't just revolved around individual people's personalities. Like, it worked really well in the Among Us community until all Among Us content was just trying to get a clip out of it, like clip farming. I think about these types of things a lot, because I'm trying to spend the majority of my time just playing a video game at a high level and trying to educate people on it. But oddly enough, it would be cool if this neck of the internet also got to participate in being an online community and culture. And this goes a long way to help that. Enhanced Thunderspike. Thunderspike generates 5 additional vigor if you've moved in the last 2 seconds. I found this to be kind of interesting, but I don't think that ultimately this is like strong enough. Not really. It's like for 3 attacks, you generate 5 more essence as long as you've moved. Is that good enough? I don't know. Thunderspike's third attack. So this is one of the options. Third attack strikes back again, pulling in and knocking down distant enemies for 3 seconds. The interesting part about this is that I didn't feel like the attack was... Like, I felt very bad playing with the basic skill attack. Still feel like a nobody? Well, one, you found a great way to insinuate yourself into the community, which is that you're naturally fitting into the egos of people who, at the end of the day, want to be in front of a camera. So, like, tactically very smart. But I think you just do a really good job of it. Like, I think you're doing a good job of it. It's, like, very easy to just take, like, a bunch of clips and just kind of, like, put them together with nonsense. But I think the thing that separates just, like, a bunch of React vid clips from what you're doing is like an artistic design and structure to then be able to build off of in a valuable way. I think you have created quite literally a good product, and that the art of it is just like of an actual quality, as opposed to like there are people out there who just put together clips and like it gets views because the clips are kind of funny, but there's like obviously a big difference between that and the thing that you're making. Yeah, and YouTube's very excited about it. Yeah, I mean the videos are just good, like they just are, and it's easy to recognize that. Not easy to make, but easy to recognize. When you evade, your attack with Thunderspike. Be good, man. Have a good day. The major issue with Thunderspike is that I often felt like, one, the line of effect was a little bit too narrow, and it didn't really feel like it was attacking that far. I didn't have a lot of time to test it, but when you evade, you attack with Thunderspike along the way. Oh, right, this is the effect that modifies your evade. When you evade, you do Thunderspike. No, hold on. No, I'm reading sharp. Okay, Thunderspike's third attack does an attack out, then attack back in, pulling in, knocking down distant enemies for 3 seconds. It's a pretty strong knockdown. Makes it very strong for stagger. You get 2 attacks out of it. I assume that doubles its essence gen. Your third attack will also be reducing your evade cooldown, which will allow you to actually activate your feathers. But that means I'm doing a bunch of basic attacks. So obviously there's going to be basic attack builds, no question. But I'm trying to think about how this skill feeds into the game loop of a non-basic attack skill.
If just one person in your family has type 1 diabetes, your kids are up to 15 times more likely to get it too. Don't wait until symptoms start. Spot type 1 early with one test before they need insulin. Screen it like you mean it. What is happening?
What the fuck was that? None of these ads play sound. Was that D4 builds? Hey, thanks, boss. That will make my YouTube video no longer be, it'll get struck for copyright, so that's cool. That's cool. I now have type 1 earabetes. That was ridiculous. These don't play sound. Like, I have multiple of these open. None of these play sound. Our ads don't play sounds. Oh, yeah, they're gonna... Yeah, no, my whole YouTube stream now can't make money. No, on Spotify, I have Spotify Premium. Hopefully I can like cut out that audio from the stream after, but it basically means I just won't make money on the stream for a long time. So that's cool. That's cool, man. All right. Back to what I was talking about. The modifier for your evade, I think, is probably the most interesting one. Your evade being able to apply vulnerable makes your evade very valuable. And just by putting this, Oh. If that came from here, then I need to report it. But these don't play. That's like... If it does, that is a bug. I see how it's just... I have not clicked anything. Now, here's the interesting part. Does this need to be on my skill bar? Maybe mute the tabs just in case, yeah? Just mute the site. Just in case. Although I kind of want to see if it'll happen again, because like I'm already screwed, so I might as well be able to report it. Hey, if people see the diabetes ad playing here, tell me. We're going to test it. So I guess I should be like writing down thoughts. Let me create a list of thoughts here. Spiritborn, skill, Spiritborn, deep dive. Basic skills. Rock splitter. Gorilla basic. So base enhancement grants block resource management tool. Sharp upgrade grants a stagger. Stagger effect and resolve activation tool. Grants a CC/stagger. Accelerated. Accelerated upgrade. Grants Thorns Empowerment and Thorns to damage conversion tool. Good resource management and good lucky hit chance. 8 out of 10 basic. Great option. Thunder Spike. Thunder Spike. Eagle basic. Mobility basic. No mobility. Base enhancement. Base enhancement seems trivial. Basically says after engaging a pack, slightly increase resource generation. Maybe powerful if you're constantly evading, and evade / mobility actually counts as moving. Two, sharp. The pull-in and knockdown does mean that your basic skill triggers Umbral at really high rates. Do I still get ads even though I have premium? Oh, I don't have premium. I've never actually gotten them to set me up with premium on the Maxwell website. I would rather the website get ad revenue whenever I visit it. What cool spare point things? We are basically just now getting into the basic skills. So you are right here. We are on basic skill 2. You would think I have premium, but I do not. Spiritborn Deepdive. The sharp 2. Sharp upgrade allows basic skill to trigger off Umbral aspect in the early game for great resource management, and adds a CC/stagger component. Accelerated. Upgrade. Modifies evade function and adds basic skill damage application. Possibly triggers skill use and skill tag modifiers. I would say probably, because it says you do Thunderstrike. Probably. Vulnerable tool. Vulnerable tool. Mid resource management. And mid lucky hit chance. Questions. Do you need the skill on bar to modify evade? Or just to put in skill points? Does this count as skill use on evade? Um, 7 out of 10 basic with potential for build defining function. Okay. Can chat box? Yes, chat box can be moved in general. Just gonna move chat down here next to HelloFresh. Maybe a little bit up. Chat will be here, weirdly. And then I will scroll. Also, get rid of this. What is this? Get out of here. Chat could be up here. No, because then you can't really see it. Chat's going to be right here. Wonder how store unique boots interact with the metamorphosis aspect. I haven't really looked at the unique items yet. Mostly because I don't think any of them are going to look like what we saw in the very few amount of them that we did. So the thing about this does say that when you evade, you attack with Thunder Spike. And it's whether or not this counts as a free trigger or if it counts as a cast. I think we'll have to test this. Seems like basic attacks will be required for the class instead of the way it is now where you take a skill off your bar completely. I think that there will be basic attack skill builds. I think that there will be builds that don't need basic attacks. But they are a class that does not generate resource passively, but you can get resource per second stats on gear. Indeed, the Maxwell Spiritborn overview. Thank you. Thanks for doing the research. Yeah, I'll have to take a look at it. No, I'm just going to report it now. Just call it a day. Like diabetes ad on website is playing music automatically. It's gone and probably. Right. We'll just report it. We'll just proactively report it, and if I'm wrong, I'm wrong. It's okay. Does Rock Splitter? So all of them only hit one target until typically their third attack. So third attack will attack everybody. This one attacks one, and then your third attack does an AoE. This one attacks one, and then your third attack bursts on your target, damaging surrounding enemies. They all attack a single target until the third attack. Except for Thunder Spike, which says that it pierces normally on the first attack, and then it will pierce further, but it doesn't do an AoE, it does a line, but it doesn't have mobility tied to it. Excuse me. Thrash. Also, the damage on this is pretty comparable. Sure. Thrash does less damage. Lower lucky hit chance, worse essence gen. Your third attack hits everything. The verbiage here is a little bit interesting, and it's that, does my third attack deal divided damage amongst targets? Or does it just do 25% damage? So the damage output on this one is worse. Thrash. Base skill does low damage. Oh, what? What? After killing an enemy, your next Thrash will generate 10 additional Vigor, up to 10 casts of Thrash. So basically what happens is when you kill an enemy, Thrash goes from generating 18 Vigor to 18 Vigor for 10 casts. So this means that for AoE clearing, very good. For bosses, does nothing. Thrash's third attack grants a stack of Ferocity. Pretty dope. Accelerated Thrash continues to unleash its third attack if cast again within 1.5 seconds. So that means that you could spam it as an AoE clear skill. Or you can use it to generate Ferocity. Base enhancement makes this great for resource management in open world content. Does nothing for single target. Sharp upgrade. Sharp upgrade. Activates or generates Ferocity for attack speed without needing to use Jaguar Sub-Spirit option. Accelerated upgrade makes you always third attack, making this a decent AoE skill option, while also increasing damage to single target. Wait, why is this here? Mid resource gen. Mid resource gen and mid lucky hit chance. This one's not really impressing me right now. Think Razor Plate will make its way into many grow builds? I agree. It depends on how it adds. Like, again, whether or not it changes the base damage or if it's just a flat damage bonus on top. We'll have to see. Had a question, why do we stack damage but not dot on Blight Necro? So I explained that in the guide as well as in the video, Dambo. Currently in Season 4, generic damage double dips for damage over time skills. So you get double the value. So it is currently stronger, but it will not be that way in Season 5. I'm pretty unimpressed with Thrash. It's a ferocity option. I think this is like probably like arguably the worst one thus far. 5 out of 10. Basic. Not seemingly powerful enough to use unless builds are hungry for ferocity and people can't use Jaguar as sub-spirit. Bonus. Seki, thank you very much for the follow. So that's Thrash. Thrash seems pretty mid. It looks cool, but it's just like not particularly good. Withering Fist. Mobility. 9 Vigor. Good lucky hit chance. Except its lucky hit chance. Its lucky hit chance is going to work like Blight, where the base skill will apply it and the damage over time will conceivably apply it. Dealing a very small amount of damage. Excuse me. And applying poison over time. Third attack bursts on targets, damaging surrounding enemies and slowing them. I don't remember how much it damaged enemies, though. I don't know what number it had. I'm not sure. Do you know the name of Fame's channel? It is Fame_. Every Druid main is going to switch to Spiritborn. Well, the Spiritborn isn't in any way, shape, or form like the Druid. That is just something we all kind of keep like parroting at one another. It's like, oh man, it's just like better Druid, but it's like nothing like the Druid. Like, it doesn't vaguely play like the Druid, it doesn't feel like the Druid, it doesn't do what the Druid does, it doesn't have pets, and you don't transform. So I'm very confused as to why we keep kind of just repeating this general concept. Like, I would say it's more like the Rogue than the Druid. For me, memes. Hey, memes are valuable. Enhanced Withering Fist, you gain 1 vigor per second for every nearby enemy poisoned by Withering Fist, up to 10. I wonder if this directly modifies your resource per second stat. And then if that is modified by things that increase resource gen? Probably not. And bemoan the fact that you basically have to transform, yeah. I liked my transmog druid build, where you could actually see your transmogs. So that's a question for this. If this will directly modify your resource per second stat. Withering Fist third attack spreads its poisoning, I hate that term, to 3 nearby unaffected enemies. Hitting a vulnerable enemy will also spread that effect to all hit. So then it does nothing if everybody is... So, Withering Fist's first upgrade says that if there are monsters around you that aren't poisoned, spread poison to them. And that if you hit a target which is vulnerable, spread vulnerable to everybody else. Slow apply stagger, yeah. So here's what I'm thinking about. Like, let's talk about the scenario where this is relevant. You have a monster and you're engaging onto a pack you haven't currently hit. When you do your third attack, you deal 5% damage and then apply 30% poison damage over 6 seconds to surrounding enemies. And then the poison will spread to further unaffected enemies. And then if the enemy that you hit is vulnerable, you will apply vulnerable to the ones immediately around you, and then monsters who got the poison shot out at them. And this is relevant in game modes where monsters are like so this is like relevant in Infernal Hordes and Helltide? Where monsters are like spawning kind of content, because like in a dungeon this doesn't really do anything. Against a boss it does literally nothing. I'm talking very specifically about Sharp. I'm trying to figure out where Sharp has a value. But here's what happens. On your third attack, you do damage to enemies around you already. That applies the effect of the poisoning. Sharp says that on your third attack, you will also spread poisoning to 3 nearby unaffected enemies. So they're enemies that weren't within range of it. And then it will spread the vulnerable. The spreading the vulnerable is like kind of cool. But in this scenario, there have to be monsters outside of the ones that were already hit in the AoE that aren't currently poisoned. Like it says 3 nearby unaffected enemies. I'm going to give it the benefit of the doubt and ask the question and say that just means not within the range of the AoE, not ones that are already poisoned. Because if it doesn't apply to enemies that are poisoned at all, that would be insanely bad. So it very slightly increases the rate at which you apply poison to targets in an AoE fighting, like in an AoE combat scenario where monsters are approaching you while you're in combat. Which, like, I think in its best case scenario is probably good for infernal hordes. And kind of in Helltide. Now, that being said, it is just generally good for leveling, where your clear speed is pretty low. I think this is like a really good leveling tool. In the endgame, might have some use in Infernal Horde. The other option is enemies poisoned by Withering Fist, very specifically Withering Fist, deal 20% less damage. So that obviously is pretty good. Let's talk about it. So Withering Fist. Basic Centipede Mobility. One base skill activates poison synergies and has high lucky hit chance potential from applying initial damage and then a dot. That's just like straight up off the rip, like a pretty strong kind of thing to think about. Base enhancement. Base enhancement. Good resource management tool. Even on single target. Sharp upgrade. Sharp upgrade seems like a great leveling tool. And then its best use case is in Infernal Hordes / Helltide, but does nothing against single target. Accelerated upgrade. Great defensive tool. Use this with might for 40% DR. Easy game. 5. Great resource gen. And great lucky hit chance. 6. Questions. Does the resource per second from poisoned enemies on enhancement modify your character's resource per second stat and benefit significantly from resource generation stat? Um, 9 out of 10 basic. Just purely good value. And system activator. So out of all of these, I think that there's a lot of weird potential with Thunder Spike, but I'm leaning towards Rock Splitter and Withering being the best options. by a pretty far margin, unless Ferocity is like super starved on a build. Do we think that Infernal Hordes will end up being rewarding enough to actually do it? Yes. I think it would be a huge failure if they just gave up on it entirely. What is AOV content? How big is the AoE of Withering? It wasn't particularly large. It was within a small area around the target. Yeah, I've written that 40% DR is heuristic shorthand, but it's not actually DR. It's written like Decrepify, where it should apply before it even hits your DR. Sure. Mathematically speaking, that actually doesn't change anything. It's also not actually 40 DR, it's 2 instances of 20% damage reduction. But it actually works the exact same as damage reduction. I've thought about this for a while, and for a very long time I thought it was wicked smart to say like reducing incoming damage is actually stronger. It actually is the exact same thing. So if you reduce damage by 20% and then by 70% and then by 20% and then by 30%, it's the exact same thing as reducing damage by 30% and then by 20% and then 70% and then 20%. Merrick, thank you very much for the follow. So how do you see what the different spirit stacks actually do? Spirit stacks? What does spirit stack mean? What does this term refer to? Core skills. The different spirit stacks like Resolve. Those aren't spirit stacks. Those are just effects that are now in the game. There isn't a stack per spirit. There is Ferocity and Resolve, and they're not intrinsically tied to any of the spirits. Versus Vessel of Hatred content. So the only content that we know that's being added in the Vessel of Hatred that is different than what we currently have is the raid, whatever the raid is, whatever the Citadel is, and I think it's just going to be different. Wait, that's not just on the Spiritborn? There's no reason to believe currently that other classes will not gain access to Ferocity or to Resolve. We have only seen it shown on the Spiritborn because we've only seen the Spiritborn from expansion content. But it is not, like, there's a different, like, how do I describe this? There is a difference between something being a class mechanic and a thing existing and classes not having access to it. Like, those are two different realities, right? So, Ferocity says when you gain a stack of Ferocity, you have 5% additional attack speed. It doesn't say the Spiritborn can gain Ferocity only, and Ferocity for the Spiritborn does a thing. And the reason why I think that this is really important to kind of call out is because blocking was only a Necromancer thing, but it's only because only the Necromancer could equip a shield. So would you ever call blocking a Necromancer class mechanic? Not really, right? It is a shield item mechanic. And we're very specifically seeing the Spiritborn gaining access to the ability to have block chance. And you'll probably see this across other classes as well. I wouldn't be surprised if there were a generic unique item that ultimately gives block chance to characters. But Resolve currently says, Resolve stacks up to a certain number. You have 20% damage reduction while you have a stack of Resolve. Lose a stack of Resolve whenever you get hit. The Spiritborn is currently the only class that we know that can get Resolve, but that's not the same thing as it being tied to the Spiritborn. And Mercenaries added, whatever that means. Well, yeah, Mercenaries aren't content. They are things that will modify how you interact with content and character power progression. But that's not the same thing as... Mercenaries existing is not the same thing as, can I evaluate whether or not the Infernal Horde will be valuable enough to consider doing the content, right? Resolve is better than Dark Shroud? That's not true. Because Dark Shroud continues to grant you damage reduction per skill rank. Resolve is 20% damage reduction. I don't think comparing them in that way is necessarily valuable. They are both things that have stacks and grant damage reduction, but they do it in different ways. Why does that keep happening? Interesting. Crushing Hand. Crushing Hand was definitely one of my favorite spenders that was there. Cost is 30 vigor. Let's get an idea of how much things cost. Okay. The cost of spenders is very high on the class. Do I think that Ferocity is worth stacking? If it depends on which cap Ferocity goes into, and it depends on how available attack speed is for the build. So right now, seemingly attack speed would only be available on Gloves, Rings, and Amulet. We don't know what Paragon looks like. And 25%, well, 20% attack speed effectively for free, or for using the Jaguar sub spirit, 25% attack speed basically for free, is very strong for sure. Do I think it will be worth it? Of course I do, in circumstances where you can't get attack speed normally and you can afford to do it. Crimson, thank you very much for the follow. Crushing Hand. Smash down next to you, it creates 2 shockwaves. When they overlap, that overlap and they each deal 25% damage. So it's 2 things that are doing damage. When a target's in the middle, both of them hit, so fairly good lucky hit chance mechanic there. Grants Barrier, equal to 10% of the damage it deals, up to 50% of your maximum life, while Gorilla already is generating 10% barrier. Enemies hit by both Crushing Hands are knocked down, so stagger. And then Crushing Hand's radius is increased by 5% for every stack of Resolve that you have, up to 40%, so up to a total of 8 stacks of Resolve. There are things that grant you more stacks of Resolve, but you can't get greater than 40%. So the radius is increased. That's fine. Fine for AoE clear. What up, Crimson? If I have 3 separate effects of up to 40% each, do those numbers effectively make it 1/3 for each to apply? How does it work if percentage of my possible sum up to 100? Can you be significantly more specific in your question, Crimson? Because I'm not sure what we're talking about in particular. but I can give a general overview. The calculation for lucky hit chance, without going deeply into the understanding that damage over time works differently and has a different equation, and the tooltip lucky hit chance is not necessarily representative of the chance to proc per damage instance. You would have to look into the game code to figure out, which you can go do, but you would have to look into the game code to look at the equation for lucky hit chance for them. The way that it goes is your skill lucky hit chance multiplied by 1 plus your bonus lucky hit chance. So if a skill has 20% chance and you have a 100% lucky hit chance bonus, that means you have a 40% chance. But skill chance multiplied by 1 plus your lucky hit chance bonus, multiplied by the chance to proc. It rolls every lucky hit chance effect separately. They don't interact in any way. You can proc multiple lucky hit chance effects on a single damage instance of a single skill. But you can never get to a 100% chance to proc a lucky hit chance effect, because it is always a percent multiplied by a percent. Unless you could get up to 200% total lucky hit chance with a 50% lucky hit chance coefficient. You could proc all 3 of those and they all roll separately. Yeah. It's not 1 minus, no. No. Well, to not apply lucky, to not apply surge. A 60% chance to the third of not applying it. I believe that is how the statistics would break down, yes. Yep. We're a little bit behind here, but yes, I understand. You make your own builds and you're busy, but do you ever look over theorycrafts by viewers? Not really, noob. Sadly, I exist in a place of content where if I don't do everything myself, people negatively interpret that. I also can't really spend time looking at everybody's individual builds because people want me to do that all of the time. And then I wouldn't be able to do my stream because I would just be going over people's various theorycrafts and then repeating the same things ad nauseum. Which is also not really a great viewing experience. But in my Discord, a lot of people share their builds and a lot of people give their feedback on it. So that's a really valuable part of the community in my Discord, is that a lot of people are kind of interested in doing that. Min0, thank you very much for the follow. So, Crushing Hands. I really liked Crushing Hands. It has a cool aspect tied to it. But Crushing Hands has good lucky hit chance because the 2 separate attacks can both hit the same target. It has the lowest vigor cost, making it spammable. Generates barrier through a core skill use, which is pretty cool. Has stagger potential, and then also has AoE clear potential, although that's not particularly valuable, I don't think. I don't like that it has a thing that says get a minor boost. Like, for a core skill, it's actually doing, like, pretty hilariously small damage now that I look at it. Holy. Are these the real numbers? At least for right now, these numbers are like hilariously low for spenders. Like it's offensive. But again, these numbers aren't real. What up, Yama? We've made it to the core skills. And I currently have like a... We're going like skill by skill. The damage on the core skills being so low is like a very, very interesting thing to me. That's like kind of hard to wrap my head around. Maybe it's part of the number crunch. I mean, sure, but even if you like cut current damage numbers in half, you don't get to 37. You get to like 100% damage, or like 75 or 80. So, like, the question becomes... Because the essence cost, or the resource cost, and the load damage... If I were to go look at right now... Well, cutting this in half gets you down to 60%, but with a lower essence cost in which a much bigger area of effect and with better lucky hit chance. This is still higher. If we assume all damage numbers get cut in half, that's why Stinger felt so good for damage application. Because the weird thing here is, if we assume like let's assume stat squish, core skills are getting cut in half. These basic skills, like, do we assume basic skills aren't being cut in half? Oh, shit, hold on. What if basic skill damage is untouched? Why do I think Blizzard has put such an emphasis on basic attack skill builds? Because the player base asked them to. Yo, what up, Boa? the game came out, people hated using basic skills because they wanted to just drink potions. And then people thought some of them were cool and really wanted to use them, but they weren't strong enough. So then Blizzard has put a ton of time and effort into making them much more valuable and appealing for people to play with. So it's quite literally because the player base asked them. What if there is a stat squish? What if core skill damage is coming down hard? But what if basic skill damage is unchanged? I am going full tinfoil hat here now. Never saw that feedback myself. Super happy to have those builds personally. Sure, yeah. It's been like a near constant thing. It's like people have been desperate for basic skill builds the entire time. People were so stoked when I made a basic skill build when we had the Barber Heart, because they were like desperate to play basic skill builds. The Barb has always had really good basic skills. The Rogue has always had really good basic skills. Or I'm sorry, they came into having good basic skills, is a better way to put it. So like, they squash everything that aren't basic skills and ultimate skills, because core skills and cooldown have been too dominant. Kind of like recalibrate the value of these things on your skill bar. So the idea is that most builds will have a basic skill, a spender, an ulti, and then utility skills. Holy, hold on, I'm spiraling. Did I just crack the code? Is that exactly what's going to happen? Because the ultimates did do good damage. The ultimates had very good damage coefficients on them. And they've been buffing ultimate skills. They're like pretty significantly buffing Blood Wave, obviously. The irony being that they didn't buff Bone Storm's damage at all. There's also like this huge emphasis on ultimates in the skill tree. Oh, is that the future? Is that the future of the game? Well, look at how much these skills cost. 30, 35, 30, 40. Like, the highest cost on Necro is Blood Surge, which has always been hilarious. But like 15, 25, 20, 25. And this is on a class that naturally generates resource per second. Oh, rogues are pretty high cost too. Oh, maybe I'm a bit in a bubble here. Yeah, I'm a little bit in a bubble here. Okay. It's still weird to me that these basic skills damage have pretty good parity with current skill damage, whereas this skill damage is like half of what comparable skills do in core. Necro basic skills are actually fairly good at generating resource. So like Bone Splinters generates between 21 and 35 resource. Hemorrhage is 9 resource per hit, and it AoEs for resource. This is 10 resource per second. You can spam it for double. And then Reap is 4 per enemy hit. So it's bad for single target, but really good for AoE. Like I would say the majority of the majority of non-necro builds right now. Well, Rogue and Barb are currently using basic skills. Some Druid builds are using basic skills all right now, even while having core skills too. But okay, Crushing Hands. Base skill has good AoE and single target application. Enhancement. Enhancement doubles down on barrier gen with Gorilla Spirit, or adds a barrier gen option to non-gorilla builds. Advantageous upgrade, add CC/stagger functionality. Rampant upgrade, adds AoE clear for Helltide/Infernal, and potentially allows for easier double circle damage on single targets, but seems fairly weak. Great. Average resource cost and great lucky hit chance. I actually found a bug with Crushing Hands while I was playing, which was kind of interesting. So 2 different shockwaves on both sides seem to... So each damage instance in the shockwaves rolls crit chance separately and rolls overpower separately. And forcing an overpower while using Crushing Hands would apply the overpower to one of the circles and not the other one. It was one of the bugs that I found while I was playing off stream, and I reported it up to Bjorn. But that will almost certainly be fixed by the time we make it into live. I was just sitting there in Kyoto Shroud with the blood boil aspect on, doing it. Yeah, but the meta is to move past generators at all. I disagree that that is the meta. The meta is either your build uses a generator skill or it does not. Most people playing the game would like to automate resource management to not have to use a basic skill on a build that would not benefit from using the basic skill. Which is not the same thing as the meta is always trying to not use basic skills. The Necro does not generate Lucky Hit Chance resource, no. Great damage and utility for the cost. Felt easy to spam on with basic tempers. And good gameplay. Okay. Quill Volley. Quill Volley was one that I really liked and had the hardest time with. Normally shoots 5 feathers out that pierce targets, dealing damage. This is kind of like the it does it in a cone. They can shotgun. Lower damage, but it's because it can shotgun, so tossing it into one enemy is actually 70% damage, which is pretty in line with if you were to cut modern core skill damage in half. Low lucky hit chance because it has multiple missiles and it can AoE. Enhancement makes enemies vulnerable if they're hit with at least 3 feathers. So against single targets, this is 100% uptime. Against non-single targets, you probably have like 50% application across a group. First upgrade. Quill Volley hurls out 3 additional feathers, which also increases the total angle, the range of the angle. Makes it a little bit harder to shotgun into individual targets, but gives you better overall coverage. Hurls out 3 additional feathers and deals bonus damage to each enemy per hit. Wait. Hurls out additional feathers and deals bonus. And deals 30% additive increased damage to each enemy per hit. Do we have the verbiage right there? I read this as, does each feather do this? So like, will I get 240% increased damage on each feather if I shotgun all 8 into the target? That's how I'm reading it. Slick Capybara, thank you for the follow. Is that how people are reading this? Pulls out 3 additional feathers and deals 30% increased damage to each enemy per hit. Does each feather do 30% bonus damage, or does each feather do bonus damage times number of total feathers hitting the target on each feather? It's either like crazy or fine. You know, it's either insane or fine. The other upgrade is Volley's feathers fly 50% further and converge on your target. With bonus crit for each point of vigor you had on cast. So 100 is 20% crit chance. But the feathers all shoot out simultaneously as a lot. They don't shoot out. It's not like pop, 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 pop. They go. Whoosh. They just all fire simultaneously. So it can't really be that. Unless it's saying that, like, every time an enemy is hit by a feather in that cast, the next enemy hit by that same cast will take bonus damage, which doesn't, that really wouldn't do anything. I mean, it would do something, but like that's almost impossible for you to like manipulate or use in like a functional manner. Quill Volley flies further and converges on your target. I didn't play with this on controller. I didn't click this. How does this play on controller? The crit chance is interesting. You know, assuming that we live in a world that we exist in right now, where I can have 100% resource management, even with Helm of Lucian on, it is making it hard for me to color my expectation for how well will the Spiritborn be able to manage resource management. I'm not too sure. I know Woody was playing with eagle effects a lot. Maybe I can ask him. We'll also see it at Gamescom. I don't know if the build at Gamescom will be the same build that we played or a different one. I assume it will be a different one. But I don't have really a good reason to assume that. Okay. Let's write down our thoughts. Quill Volley. But the base damage is so low that AoE might not be good enough for Infernal Hordes, and maybe only Helltide. It's like a maybe, as far as I'm concerned. Also, this is like way too long. The enhancement makes them vulnerable. Enhancement works as a great vulnerable tool. Advantageous. Upgrade is a significant damage boost for single and AoE damage. Rampant upgrade. Rampant upgrade's interesting. Rampant upgrade is giving bone passive vibes and may like it may grant enough damage to be AoE relevant in harder content. Questions. How does the damage bonus from advantageous function? High resource cost. And okay lucky hit chance with advantageous upgrade. I'm gonna call this a 7 out of 10 core. Has high potential while possibly failing to deliver good enough damage to AoE and single target simultaneously. But I think it has very high potential. Like, it might actually just be good for both, and I didn't get enough experience with it. But it really feels like one of those, like, it's an AoE skill, but you actually just shotgun it the whole time, and the AoE is kind of like secondary to that. Maybe. Will I be the guide writer for the Spiritborn? I will not. I will be the guide writer for the Necromancer unless something pretty drastically changes. I'm just also going to play the Spiritborn and put out content about it, because, I mean, obviously I will. It's a new class to the game. What was the other DR to get 40 total? Might aspect. Use one basic skill, get 40 DR seems pretty good. Think I'm a pass on Spiritborn? What makes you say that? Just not really interested in the class. Rake. Conjures claws that rake through enemies in front of you, dealing 20% damage before exploding for an additional 40% damage. 2 damage instances, one with AoE. They're actually both AoE. So low lucky hit chance, but 2 damage instances. Sure. Cost 30 vigor, so good cost. The enhancement. Casting Rake grants ferocity, so stacks of attack speed. First upgrade, hitting at least one enemy with Rake reduces your longest active cooldown. Excuse me. So that's obviously like pretty dope. I wonder if it triggers on both instances. So the first AoE and then the explosion AoE, I wonder if it triggers twice. Or if it only triggers once per cast. It definitely doesn't care how many targets, as least there's one. Second upgrade, Rake's Vigor cost is reduced by 2 per stack of Ferocity, meaning you could reduce its cost by 10. Have you been able to test the companions? The mercenaries? I did not. You saw everything in my live stream that I was able to test? I wasn't able to test anything else? Can mercs pet the pets? I hope you can pet the merc. I think that would actually be pretty cool. That's definitely not a kink I have. So, Rampant seems one of those things where it's really good for leveling, and then later on, resource management is kind of solved. And then you don't need it. Hey, yo! Reducing cooldowns is also very, very cool. Like an alt spam build with Rake, where you just use Rake to have really high attack speed. It has shit lucky hit chance though. Well, in comparison to what you could be doing. It also is very slightly anti-synergistic with the Jaguar ult, which says when you kill a monster, automatically reset the cooldown. So it will typically be your longest cooldown on your bar, which you will want to spam. So Rake is kind of anti-synergistic with it in best case scenarios. Against single target, it's obviously very powerful. But it's what, you know what? Actually, it's like, it's actually very interesting. It's kind of like the concept of can you finish a race if you measure it in halves? So it's kind of funny. Like, let's say you have multiple cooldowns. You have a 20-second cooldown, a 10-second cooldown, and a 5-second cooldown. You're attacking all the time. Ba, 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 ba. You'll start reducing the 20-second cooldown. Then you'll hit the next lowest one, and that one will get reduced instead. And then you'll hit the next lowest one, and that one will get reduced instead. It's kind of interesting. I just got a random message request that just said hola, and I'm like, you know what? You got me. ¿Qué pasó? It's interesting. It's obviously very cool. It's a very good tool. Damage is fine. Yeah, damage is fine. Like, this is 70, this is 50, this is 60. It always applies to the longest overall cool. No, it always applies to your longest active cooldown. Cooldowns have a timer to them. Your active cooldowns are the skills which are currently on cooldown and their length. So how long they are is completely is related to what the number says on the timer. That's how I'm reading it. Like, it doesn't say reduce the cost of the largest base cooldown time of skills on cooldown, right? It says your current active cooldowns. Active cooldowns are skills which are currently on cooldown, and whichever one is the longest. That's, yeah, I think that's the only way that you can really interpret that. Or rather, I think that that is the correct way to interpret it. I think it's a better way to say that. Damage is good. Stacks ferocity is good. Cost is fine. Lucky at chance is low. The rampant is good for leveling. Advantage is just kind of like best for endgame. The question is do they expect us to spam core skills in the endgame on this class? I felt very much like I was flowing between basic skills cooldown and core skills, depending on what the situation was. But maybe the game isn't just well, if the game isn't infinitely spam core skills, so much about the other classes have to change. Because we don't have this like inherent like flow between the skills and benefits that they confer. I'm not going to assume that the game moves away from spamming core skills. They're core skills, goddammit. No. Okay. So I'm going to assume that you can spam this. 30 vigor per cast is a lot. With a low lucky hit chance, too. Maybe you just weave in one cast of Rake in between other skills, because you're going to be using cooldown so often. Maybe it's like cooldown, Rake, basic, basic, Rake, cooldown, Rake, Rake, basic, Rake, basic, Rake. Huh. I saw your Infiniment set up on max roll, and you need to play with Army of the Dead because of corpse generation. Without it, you can't complete tier 130, and you can use Blood Begets Blood. Cool. I'm interested to see what Infinimist ultimately looks like in the next season. Okay. Rake. Core Jaguar. Base skill does decent damage and has close AoE. Leave. Did you get any sneak peek at the new uniques? I didn't. No. Like I saw what was discussed in the PTR. A lot of that got shown, but we didn't really see more than that. So if you change this in Season 5 and use Paragon, that's good with this change. It would help me a lot. I really can't speak to high pit tier pushing on Infinimist in Season 4, and I don't know what it will look like in Season 5, but obviously, once we have the details of what's coming in Season 5, I'll be theory crafting the build again. But I think that in Season 5, Infinimist is completely different from what we know it as right now. It would be very, very interested to see how it actually plays out. Cat is making that sound towards you, then run away quickly. What, Jaguar? Oh, I put Jaguar. Jaguar. Do we have the Spiritborn main stat multiplier weight yet? I do not know it off the top of my head. Somebody might have posted it somewhere, but I do not know it. Did somebody already post what the main stat value was for Spiritborn? Oh, and can I just say this? Changing the main stats to have different weights per class, I think is a horrible, horrible, horrible change. I very much hate it. Because ultimately, at the end of the day, it'll be fairly insignificant, and it just makes approaching playing different classes incredibly difficult to understand. And also changes people's ability to quickly identify the value of a stat on their piece of gear. Because it turns out that dividing things by 10 was pretty easy. And now you have to divide it by a unique number per class type. And I just really wish that we would stop warping the rest of the game around the fact that the Barbarian exists. Like, I very much dislike it. I think it is like my least favorite change they've ever implemented. Because it's just another bandage that ultimately is like, why do we refuse to change the Barbarian? And it's in no way like relevant, right? It's like, what's the difference? You go from gaining 3 times multi at 2000 and to it divided by 8. What does it even become? An additional 20%, right? So it's, you know, a 3.4 multi instead of a 3 times multi, which is what? 13% increase in damage. I'm like, do we think a 13% increase in base damage if I have 2000 of a main stat is a thing that's going to change the fact that Barbarians equip 4 weapons? Probably not. What is the difference between Season and Eternal? Season will come along with its season mechanics, which typically add new game modes or new things to do in the game. And in addition to that, add on additional borrowed strength systems. So the idea of like Season 2 were the vampire powers, Season 1 were the insertable hearts into our jewelry. So the builds will always do more damage in Seasonal than Eternal because they have more avenues of power. And also there's just like new content to complete. But obviously that character rotates into Eternal at the end, and you start again from the beginning at the beginning of the season, which is like the main reason to play seasons. Enhancement generates ferocity efficiently. Advantageous upgrade. What does Season 4 do? Season 4 had a new bounty system for being able to generate a ton of materials, and also had access to new consumables, one of which had a hilariously high like multiplier based off of the target's maximum life, that basically made it so that builds were able to complete 10 to 15 higher tiers in the pit than they could previously, or a different elixir which drastically increased and capped out your movement speed by using it. Probably keep doubling down on Barb instead of pulling the band-aid off and change Barb weapon system. The developers legitimately believe that the Barbarian is a cool concept and should be able to keep its cool concept, and that they will be able to successfully buff the other characters up to what the Barbarian can accomplish. The issue being that it's not really a difference of power. It is a stagnation and a restriction of the development space, because all things which can be used by all characters must inherently be weaker because the Barbarian can equip more. And then on top of that, if you think about it, it's not that the Barbarian is the only class that benefits from all stats on all weapon slots. All classes benefit from all stats on all weapon slots. For non-rogue and non-barbarian, that refers to whether or not you're using a two-hander or a one-hander and an offhand. So to stop the Barbarian very specifically from gaining the stats on each of its weapon slots would require the changing of the entire code that determines what stats of what gear you're using. And I think that to change that fundamentally would be an insane amount of development time that they are not incentivized to want to do. When I try to open Diablo from my laptop, there's an error code device removal. My game closes. Why is that? I have no idea, friend. I can't troubleshoot your laptop for you. I would Google it and go to the forums. There would be no way for me to know why your laptop experiences an issue in attempting to launch the game. But wouldn't that a lot of dev time up front save a lot of time balancing? No, because they're balancing the game 100% of the time anyways. It would be a completely new project that would have to be scoped out and would have to, like, one, they would have to agree that it needs to happen, but two, because it would have to fundamentally change how these things work, then it would be harder in the future. Right? So it's like, now we have to have like unique coding that relates to very specific classes. And then whenever we add in a new class, we have to like ask these same questions again. And then there's like the other thing too, which is when the Barbarian uses a certain weapon for the attack, it chooses an animation. And it chooses what weapon type it has for the purposes of its second class system. But in reality, you're just looking at a different animation. Since it uses all the stats always 100% of the time, it's like you're looking at an animation and a flag that switches that says is crushing or is slashing or whatever to activate certain things. But at the end of the day, it's not really like changing to that weapon and then hitting with it. It just looks like it. It's not because of the servers being offline. I don't believe that Diablo 4's servers are currently offline. I think you would have heard about that. Why would you just not make a unique change to the Barbarians? Because that doesn't answer the issue of the Rogue as well, and then the answer of the Spiritborn as well. Each class is affected differently by the amount of items that the characters can equip. The Rogue can equip one additional item. Spiritborn can equip one less item. So there isn't one universal number. Again, it's not actually about nerfing the Barbarian. The Barbarian doesn't need to be nerfed. Other classes cannot reach the power potential of the Barbarian. and the reality of the Barbarian stunts development space. The relative power of the Barbarian is almost completely irrelevant, which is funny. But what number is equal to all other classes and how many items they can equip is the answer to that question. Advantageous upgrade seems incredibly powerful for cooldown management, while interestingly enough, anti-synergistic with the Jaguar ult. The ult has a built-in auto reset when you kill a monster. So this will potentially waste cooldowns into the ult until its innate cooldown procs and not benefit other cooldown skills currently active. Would love a video about Infamous by you because your previous ones help you so much. Gotta sleep now, bye. Thanks, man. Have a good night. They get the same number of slots as a Sorc, Necro, and Druid if they choose to. Sure. That's realistically not the same thing, though. Like, they do literally have less item slots because they cannot equip anything in their offhand. Whether or not a character chooses to forego equipping an item in that slot is not the same thing as that item slot not existing. At least for right now, where they only have the option of two-handed weapons. Rampant Rake, Rampant upgrade makes for a great leveling tool with its resource cost reduction, but feels unnecessary. The end game, if we can continue to spam core skills at our current rate. The expansion. Do I have any questions about it? How many builds don't use a two-handed weapon? It strictly comes down to whether or not you need the aspect slots. If you don't need the aspect slot, you would always use a two-handed weapon, as long as you have a multiplier that is larger than two smaller multipliers. Like, the majority of my Necro builds seek to use a two-handed weapon when they can. Fit the theme? I don't really think that it fits the theme from how they've described it. So these characters are living in a very dangerous jungle environment where being up close and personal to fauna and flora is actually incredibly dangerous. So that's why they're using long form, like long extension weapons. The class being vaguely monk-like is not the same thing as the aesthetic and theming of the class, making melee style hand-to-hand combat really relevant. You know, there are jungle beasts. You don't fight a jungle beast with a comma. You know, shorthand melee weapons are typically used in close combat with humans and not really with like game or animals. Typically speaking. Like, other than for like bushwhacking, when we talk about short weapons, we're talking about hand-to-hand combat. and hand-to-hand combat typically occurs between humans, as opposed to with like animals. It's always a last resort type thing. Rogues are assassins, so they need to be able to get in close. That's why they're using them. But I actually thought about this a lot. I was like, oh, they'll be able to use like 2 short form weapons. And I went, why would they actually be able to? Because other than defending their homeland from invaders, their day-to-day is not spent in martial combat. With other like sentient life forms. Outside of like demons. Right? Yeah. I feel like Nephilim could. They could, but the Nephilim as we know it don't exist really anymore. Other than humans are inherently Nephilim. They are just disempowered Nephilim, but yeah. Rake just kind of seems generally good. Great. Average resource cost and mid lucky hit chance. I'll call it low. Low lucky hit chance. Also another like 7 out of 10. Core. High potential for cooldown spam on ults. And powerful abilities while outputting average damage. That's Rake. Like its lucky hit chance is low. It has cooldown reduction. Generates Frosty, so it's fast naturally. Does decent damage. Oh. Bad for AoE. Decent for single target. Doesn't seem bad. Lore-wise, aren't the characters that we play humans? So the race of born from demon and angels are the Nephilim. Humans are descended from the Nephilim. The difference between a Nephilim and a human is how much relative power the World Stone was conferring to them, and that power is completely gone. Humans are just powerless Nephilim. But it's not like the Nephilim mated with a different thing that made humans. My understanding has always been that the distinction between the two is that when we talk about there are awoken human who have realized their Nephilim power, and those are the Nephilim. But that is just a human that has been tuned by the World Stone. Have we as players ever teamed up with demons? Have we as players ever teamed up with demons? We as players ever teamed up with demons? We ever teamed up with demons? Like, have there been good demons that were like buddy cop with us? Is Kadala a demon? Kadala is Geed's daughter? Oh, okay. I didn't play a lot of Diablo 3. I want to say the answer is no. We have teamed up with bad people, like we've teamed up with Zoltan Cool, but he's not a demon. But I don't know any instance of like a human, like a good character teaming up with demons. Like Elias teams up with Lilith. You don't have to apologize, Yama. All right, we're going to look at Stinger. We're going to run to the bathroom real quick.
I also need a snack.
Okay. Oh yeah, I guess you initially are... You initially are... You kind of team up with Leah. Well, you do team up with Leah, who, unbeknownst to Leah, is the vessel for Diablo. But once that's revealed, it's over. Yeah, that might count, I guess. Technically, we worked with Mephisto. Mephisto helped us. I wouldn't say that we necessarily worked with him. Well, I don't know. I feel like you're splitting hairs there. Mephisto assisted the hero in getting to him. We then decided, based off his manipulation, what to do. But we don't work with Mephisto to take down Lilith directly. Mephisto grants us access to him, hoping that we will do a thing which he wants. Yo, Grims, thank you very much for the 7 months. Boo Boo, I appreciate you. Thank you. I would work with Mephisto if given the opportunity. I would work with Bale, I think. There were interactions we were helped by and non-aggressive towards him. I would agree with that statement. Stinger's really good. 40 cost. This wasn't really a spamming skill. Good lucky hit chance. Again, very strong for lucky hit chance because it will do initial damage and then apply poison. Its enhancement says that 50% of its base damage is applied as poisoning instead. Oh no, in addition, I assume? Advantageous says, if it strikes a vulnerable enemy, it heals you. If you're a healthy, it makes enemies vulnerable. Amazing tool. Rampant says that Stinger deals 5% increased direct damage to elites for every nearby poisoned enemy. Does anybody ever use that? Do you ever use this effect? Yeah, like it helps to slightly... The idea of it is that in a fight with an elite in trash, you decrease the amount of time between the trash dying and the elite dying by increasing the rate at which the elite dies. And then does nothing against bosses. Like, does physically nothing. Well, I guess it's a 5%, it's a 1.05. Because they will count as a nearby poisoned enemy to themselves, typically. I think you always use advantageous. Advantageous says you have 100% uptime on vulnerable. And it heals you for 10%. Yeah. Okay. Stinger. Core Centipede. Base skills damage is very high. While being harder to spam. Feels like a pseudo cooldown skill at low levels. Enhancement activates poisoning system while drastically increasing damage output. Advantageous is just goated. 10% max life healing and 100% uptime of vulnerable application. Rampant upgrade seems poorly tuned and does near 0 to increase single target damage. Only downside is needing a poison AoE activator to get the most out of it for density clearing, but should work exceptionally well in Infernal Horde and for clearing through the pit. Do I have questions? Not really. High resource cost and decent mid, I guess is a better way. Mid lucky hit chance. $10 out of 10 core? Insane package of damage, survivability, and utility. I would argue probably the best core skill. Like the damage is insane. Resource cost reduction will work really effectively on it. Seems hard to spam in the early game, but maybe in the late game you can. Permanent uptime of vulnerable, permanent max healing. Applies a huge amount of poison damage, has a huge base coefficient. Like this skill is probably insane as it's currently packaged. Is nearby a keyword? Nearby, as far as we currently understand, is not a keyword, but it certainly defines some radius that is further away than close. Just start working on Blight build. I love Blight. Blight was a really fun time. If I were to like seriously hop back into the season to like play a build, it would be Blight right now. I love Blight. You can be good in content like the pit. Yeah, for sure. But you already have an AoE damage component to it. It already does pretty good damage. And you can be permanently 10% max life healing as well as permanent uptime on vulnerable, or doing slightly more damage to the elite. It seems like an easy kind of package to me. Do I enjoy Schluters? Which is the shorthand of looter shooter? Yeah, I like Borderlands. I really liked Hellgate London when that game came out back in the day, like the first Schluter. I think you should consider it the first Schluter, if I'm not mistaken. Just trying to justify it, sure. So Vigorous builds into Velocity, right? Yeah. So then we need a thing for passives. Follow through. Your basic skills deal up to 30% increased damage. Double this bonus for third attacks. So they get 1.6 multi on their third attack. That means that the staff that gives you always third attacks is a permanent 1.6 on them as well. Sure. Follow through. Powerful with good synergy on the unique staff. Not much to say there, really. It's just like good. Vigorous casting a score kill increases all vigor generation by 15%. Vigorous seems good for leveling, but ultimately is a 1-point requirement. Velocity. Velocity seems fantastic for leveling and relevant in the end game. Question: does this modify your base resource or second stat? Okay. Focus skills. Whew. Be good, Yama. Have I tried First Descendant? I do not know what that game is. Have a good night. Focus skills. Now we start getting into cooldown skills that kind of bring along with them some very interesting power. Oh, my brain. Oh, my brain wants this information, but it also doesn't want to do this. Vortex creates a cyclone that pulls in enemies inward, followed by a crushing down draft that deals damage to them. This just kind of like pulled people into you, then dealt damage around you. 12-second cooldown, lucky hit chance of 21% because it's an AoE skill. Enhancement. Casting Vortex increases the damage of the next skill cast by 1.2. Seems very cool, very combo heavy. It's also one of those things where, like, you're using Jaguar that says every 4th attack deals damage equal to 100% of the 4 attacks. So it's interesting in that, like, because Vortex doesn't do a lot of damage itself, but hits a large AoE, you might be able to set up like a really big ulti use on a single target after Vortex, if it counts the damage dealt to each target in the AoE. That's actually very interesting, and really like thought about that. That keeps turning off for some reason every time I restart my computer. Huh. Interesting. While you have an active barrier, your Vortex does 3x damage and knocks enemies down. Okay. So now it does... That might act like... So if there is a squish to damage, like if there is... This thing doing 105 damage is actually like pretty strong. Or critical strikes with Vortex reduce its cooldown. Another thing that's just like great for AoE clear, but like bad for single target. The interesting part though, because you could weave this into casting, which means that you could basically say like, weave this in for a 1.2 multi. Once every 12 seconds. And now, I guess it's once every 11 seconds before cooldown reduction. And the question is, would you really, I mean, like, would you spam this in combat? Realistically, would you spam this in combat? Would you spend the time to do it? Just for the next skill to get a 1.2? Or would you mostly ignore using it? It throws you off by like basically like half an animation. So when you set up something that does damage over time, it becomes a lot more valuable. So like an ult, right? Like the Centipede or the Jaguar. It becomes a lot more valuable. I automatically cast Vortex where you cast Soar. Sure. But are you casting Soar mid-combat? Like, it's an aspect that slot that says when you cast Soar, gain a 1.2 on your next damage cast. Is that good enough? I don't think it is. Because here's the thing. All builds and everything that you do is good at clearing trash and is good at killing AoE. Like, killing AoE monsters is basically free. There are just builds that are good at doing it faster. I think realistically in the game right now, until we see what raids do, and a little bit better what Infernal Hordes do, at least from the Necromancer perspective, the only thing that you need to worry about is figuring out how to do single target damage. So that, like, very much colors how I appreciate things. Maybe it's not entirely fair to the idea of balance and how to evaluate these things. But the reason why that question is even relevant, Jesper, thank you so much for the tier 2 sub for the past 4 months, dude. That's insane. What are you spending your money like that for? Thank you so much, man. I appreciate you. Now, what is interesting is that the soar aspect does mean that Vortex can critically strike to reduce cooldown, and the skill itself can critically strike to reduce cooldown. So as long as you've put the skill on cooldown, you can double dip on the cooldown reduction of it, which is like cool, but then the question again becomes like, how valuable is the skill? No, I like this, Nick. It helps it helps. This is like bouncing ideas. Less so, whenever I'm asking these types of questions, it's less so like, hey, you defend this point, and it's more so me talking through what the question is. Vortex is very cool on paper. I think that ultimately it's for like a speed farming build, which is fine. And it has some cool synergy with ults as like a big multi for it. It also naturally synergizes with ultis in that they tend to do damage within a restricted area. So pulling monsters into that area makes them better. It's like a big ulti, activator. Shit, lucky hit chance. Still better than Blood Surge, KEKW. Now the question becomes, do you want measured vortex for the stagger potential and bosses, and like the decent damage output from the skill so you don't feel bad using it, versus the cooldown reduction, which on a single target is pretty shit? Your evade is now soar, and then soar can cast vortex when you evade. But then you don't care about the cooldown reduction of it, and you would just want the damage from it, because it would actually be outputting damage if you could spam it. But is evading faster Is evading faster? You just have to activate barrier, which is very easy to do. So reducing its cooldown with critical strikes from Vortex is like insane for speed farming, right? Okay. Vortex. Eagle. Base skill. Pixel. Pulls are typically very strong. Seems incredibly synergistic with an alt spam build where the alts tend to do damage in a restricted area. Enhancement seems hard to rotate in for a core skill build, but it's nice. And again, seemingly synergizes with a powerful alt build for the 20% damage to go a lot further. Measured upgrade seems like the go-to for single target. What just happened? Needs a barrier gen, probably through Gorilla main spirit system for what are the other ones called? Replenishing seems to be insane for speed farming and density clear. Mid cooldown length. Low lucky hit chance. Question mark out of 10. Focus. Hard to say how valuable these will be on most Spiritborn builds. Potentially cracked. Or doesn't do enough. I need to also put this. Also add CC stagger functionality. Okay, that's Vortex. It's hard to say. It seems like it has potential, but it might also just kind of be like a dud for a while. Could we get Telestomp out of it? My question is, how does Thunder, what is it, Thunder Strike? Thunder Spike work with it. So Thunder Spike says when you evade, you attack with Thunder Spike along the way, make enemies vulnerable. Then the boots say when you soar, or evade is now soar. So you'll soar, except soar you stop existing. Soar is more like a teleport than a travel. So will it be like a metamorphosis kind of deal? Or you'll do the vulnerable attack application throughout the area, but you'll end up over there. Then that casts Vortex. Is that a... Soar casts Vortex at its landing location. That makes sense. Vortex comes down, resets its cooldown. Attack reduces evade. But then you're getting your Thunder Spike, your Soar, and your Vortex lucky hit all together, which might actually be like pretty cracked. Oh man, this class is too good. They made the class too good. It does too much stuff. It does so much. And like, we haven't even really looked at aspects yet. Not really. Soar. Soar is insane. Flying to the air. I wish they just called it fly. Because, like, the big burb is absolutely just Lightning Articuno. Or just Blue Zapdos. And then Soar is just fly. I think it's ridiculous that we have to keep pretending like this isn't just a big Pokemon. Creating a cloud which makes enemies at your location vulnerable for 5 seconds before you crash down upon them. Insane lucky hit chance. I don't understand why this has such good lucky hit chance, honestly. Like, the number seems wrong. Like, this can't be this number. It's an AoE, it's a targeted AoE that has this much lucky hit chance. Like, sure, it has a cooldown, but like, what the fuck are we doing? Then add Indarials to that. Can Indarials trigger from all of them? Yes. Yeah. They're all individual skill applications. Will schedule flights on Zapdos Airlines. Zapdos is the GOAT. Zapdos was my favorite from the 3 legendary birds. But then again, I also like Jolteon, so now I have a type. Do I think casuals will be turned off? I think that this is definitely a higher APM class, which does turn it off for some people. But that has less to do with like game knowledge and more to do with like not wanting to think that much while playing the game. The enhancement says next hit against an enemy struck by Soar is guaranteed to critically strike. If Soar hits no enemies, you gain movement speed. Sure. There's enough things in here about giving you conditional critical strike chance that makes me wonder, or it makes me think that It makes me think that we're moving away from expecting to reach 100% crit chance on your build without conditions. Oh, I was not Team Instinct. I was not Team Instinct. I was a big Valor boy. Big gym holding Valor boys. The fucking tryhards of Pokemon Go. Noxo, thank you for the follow. Eevee is still the best Pokemon. Eevee is a phenomenal Pokemon. Eevee is Panda's favorite Pokemon. Of course I was Valor. Are you serious? Of course I was. I would just walk around, go help people fight gyms. Big bro Valor. I tried real hard in Pokemon Go. I got like very serious into holding down like as many gyms as I possibly could in my area. I was like on the Discord and would like sync up with other people to coordinate holding down gyms. My spot stayed yellow. Bruh. Bruh. Fucking what's your lineup? Fucking show me the lineup. You should have seen my fucking Alakazam, dude. You should have seen my Alakazam. God, Pokemon Go is a great game. Sora makes you unstoppable. That's fine. Sora's Cloud remains around you for 7 seconds after landing and continues to make enemies vulnerable. That seems like the obvious choice. Sora makes you unstoppable is cool. Do we care about unstoppable? Tibalt's, but do we care about unstoppable for other reasons? Oh, I did. How many? Hold on. Hello? Can we talk about this ad? Hello? It's just like on the... Where are we? What's happening here? This is... What's... Hey, D4 Builds. What are we doing here, boss? Okay. Oh, that's wild. Huh. Hold on. So before they load, if I go to skill tree? No. Huh. What was going on there? Just a bug. Sure. How does this indicate... Am I misunderstanding the functionality here? HelloFresh? Yes, HelloFresh is the sponsor of our stream for this month. Shoutouts to HelloFresh. I love HelloFresh, unironically. I'm really excited. We're going to be doing a live stream of me cooking one of the meals. Actually, very excited to try that. And if you use my discount code, my promo code, at checkout, you'll get 10 free meals and a free appetizer in every box for life. You will always be able to get a free appetizer with every single meal. We went with the like ricotta cheese and hot honey toasted croquettes. Very excited. Okay, so you know what it is? You know what it is? Since this isn't data driven, these are all probably added by hand, and it's not able to match up with the data, which is what the search function is probably tied to. Probably not actually just tied to words existing here, but instead these things having data tied to them. Oh wait, no, you can kind of see it. No, it is showing up. It's just really, really hard to see. Huh. Yeah, okay, yeah, so it's just hard to see. Hmm. So they do have multiple sources of gaining Unstoppable. It's typically through Monkey. They have one way here and one way here. That's, wow, they get more than one way to gain Unstoppable? Wow, they have 4 different ways to gain Unstoppable? Wow. Fuck this class. Okay. So the idea is that the Unstoppable here is not your only option, so you're not going to be hard forced into using the skill. Every build is probably going to use Soar. Yo, what up, Raven? How's Deepdive going? We've made it to focus skills. We have thoughts on a lot of stuff. And we're trying to just understand every single thing about this build, about this class, that we can currently. So you don't need Unstoppable. It does mobility, it does vulnerable, it does movement speed. Shores up crit chance. Has insane lucky hit chance. I mean, it's just great. Soar. Eagle focus. Base skill is #1 mobility option with built in vulnerable and decent damage with insane lucky hit chance. This skill does everything and will be on every build. Acacia, thank you very much for the follow. Enhancement. Movement speed is goated, while the insistence of having conditional crit chance makes it seem like the doves do not assume this class will reach 100% crit chance based off gear, skills, paragon, etc. If that's the case, this is a massive source of it. Measured upgrade is one of 4 ways the class can become unstoppable. Definitely not mad about Necro's single option, and makes this feel less required of an option for the class as a whole. Replenish upgrade seems goated with a huge vulnerable proc window. Will probably be auto-used. For builds that don't gain it elsewhere. Although, do I really think that builds will need that much vulnerable proc? Maybe. Good luck on the rest of the stream. Hey, Frosty, be good, homie. Mid cooldown length, insane lucky hit chance in an AoE. 10 out of 10 focus. Every build will use this in its current form. Expect a nerf. Expect a nerf prior to release. Or it'll just be goated and they just won't care. Using vital strikes. Oh, right. Yeah, because this eats Vuln. The interesting part about this, it's like basically what it just says is you get a 2x multi. That's basically what Vital Strike says, right? As long as you can overlap Vuln. Do I think that's actually like good enough? I guess it has to be. I also expect that the lucky hit chance from Soar permanently applying vulnerable within its area, which is very similar to Bone Prison, will have a weird lucky hit interaction at first. Hopefully that's already been picked up on. I wonder if there would be any value in me preemptively setting off potential bugged interactions. It's just because, like, we've seen these things in the past, right? So this one says the cloud remains around you for 7 seconds and continues to make enemies vulnerable, meaning it will reapply vulnerability. The way that it reapplied vulnerability through Bone Prison was by shooting out, like, server tick rate missiles, which apply vulnerable, which carried with it 100% lucky hit chance. And Bone Prison wasn't meant to have a lucky hit chance, but Soar is meant to have lucky hit chance. So these could just be missiles which don't deal damage to be able to apply this effect, meaning that we should expect it to carry the lucky hit chance of it, which it probably shouldn't be because it's not doing damage, unless they've fixed it. Vital Strikes doesn't remove a Cursed Touch. Well, a Cursed Touch says that enemies that have the curse are vulnerable. So you would not, it's not that applying the curse makes an enemy vulnerable. It is, if you have the curse, they are vulnerable. So this does not, that makes complete sense to me. So all of a sudden, this aspect for your build says double your damage and not need to apply vulnerable from any other sources, which is kind of powerful. But then that question becomes, if you can get that just from Soar, but Soar has a long cooldown, right? But your evade becomes Soar. So now you just re-Soar whenever you would run out of vuln. Have we become smarter? I like to think so. We've made it halfway into the focus skills. Alright, next focus skill. 20-second cooldown. Focus Incarnate. What the fuck does Incarnate mean? What does Incarnate mean? They haven't added it as a search. Guess we'll read something later. What happens if you add Metamorphosis? So typically when you add Metamorphosis, it puts the effects together. But I can't tell you what that means, really. The thing with Soar, though, so Soar says that the cloud applies vulnerable for 5 seconds. But then this comes down. And this lasts for 7 seconds after. So no, I do not believe that you have 12 seconds of vulnerability. In fact, I think that this overrides this. Like, I think that this will run out during the time that this is up. I actually think you only get 7 seconds of vuln. If you mean metamorphosis with the evade Soar boots, you cannot do that. Carp, that is a very strong statement on mechanics. What are we backing that up with? What up, Koopa? The interesting part about Soar also Amulet. You can put mobility aspects on your amulet. The interesting part about Soar is that with this key passive, the way that it works is you initiate Soar, you make targets vulnerable. You then land and deal damage immediately, eating the vulnerable and doubling the damage from Soar. So in fact, if you don't have this one with Soar, Soar basically just says do nothing. Buckeye fixed his name. Let's go, baby. What's going on, Boo Boo? How are you? We're looking at the new class. We just got back from Seattle. We got to go play this class live. So now we're actually looking at it because I played this class for like close to like 8 hours. I did not have time to really read everything at this level because I just had to like be playing it and doing stuff. Because we've now been going at this for like 3 hours. This is how long it takes me to read stuff because I really like to like sit down and think about the things. We haven't even gotten to aspects yet. So oddly enough, I kind of just had to start playing. With that key passive, Soar doesn't even really apply vulnerable to the target because it applies vulnerable in the cloud and then you land dealing damage, which then eats it. It's interesting. You left and I got into Diablo? Hey man, it's a good game. That's interesting. Maybe I should like note that here. What's the key passive name? Vital Strikes. With Vital Strikes, key passive, and without replenish upgrade, Soar effectively doesn't apply vulnerable to targets since the vuln is applied before the damage of the skill is applied, which would immediately eat the Vuln proc. Okay, Ravager. Passive. Minimum ferocity increased by 2, meaning you can get up to 6 ferocity. Meaning you can get up to 7 ferocity, which is 35% attack speed in total. Metamorphosis, but another question about how it figures in lucky hit chance. Let me test this at home. So, Metamorphosis, the effect, is not meant to have a lucky hit chance. In fact, I thought that they fixed that. But that doesn't really break my brain further. Metamorphosis is not meant to have lucky hit chance. And even if it does, it's just its own damage instance, which individually works with lucky hit chance procs and doesn't change how other things do. I think it has a lucky hit chance of teleport. So that is... Okay, so we're actually asking like 2 different questions. Metamorphosis modifies your evade. Your evade can be modified into a skill use. Because the entirety of your evade is a skill use, the damage component of Metamorphosis should be carrying the same lucky hit chance as the skill. That's not really the Metamorphosis carrying the... that's not really Metamorphosis with lucky hit chance. As so much as your skill is doing damage. Because Metamorphosis adds a damage component to your skill if it doesn't otherwise already have it. So it should carry the lucky hit chance of the skill which modifies your evade. So it should carry Soar's lucky hit chance. And you could do a secondary instance of Thunder Spike's lucky hit chance. The reason why it's melting on teleport is because teleport normally only does damage when it lands, but instead is now dealing damage to all targets in between where you teleport from and where you teleport to. I believe what is happening there. Yeah, that's all I got. Endarials is either like completely cracked on this class or is just kind of like nice to have. Because you already have so many applications of AoE poison damage, but you also really like applying AoE poison damage. But there is probably like a Soar evade speed farming build with Endarials, just as like a base concept, for sure. That's one of the things that's a lot harder for me to really envision, just because I'm coming from the Necromancer where like we don't do any of that. We don't do any of that, and it kind of doesn't matter. Like our best tool is Bone Spear and Blight. And Bone Spear wouldn't want to use it, and Blight can use it, but then you're giving up a bunch of survivability, or just straight up damage. Although after the Wither cap, you won't care as much about intelligence on your helmet. That's a whole other discussion. Ravager. Passive, minimum ferocity is increased by 2, so we're up to 6 stacks of ferocity, which is 30% attack speed, plus 1 from the Spirit is 7. So it's 35% attack speed. Active, unleash a roar, causing all your attacks to trigger additional strikes. They have all these things about, like, they do additional things, but we haven't really defined what strikes are. Like, strikes are not a term in the game currently, but are very much a term on the Spiritborn. It's Frosty, and what's the other one? The damage reduction one? Resilience? What is it called? Resolve. Like, strikes is not a word in the game, but strikes is here. So Ravage applies a bleed. And that bleed then has a lucky hit chance component. What does this skill having a lucky hit chance component mean? It's clearly for the bleed that is activated from Ravager. So Ravager says when you attack, Ravager triggers. Ravager is insane. Okay. The damage from the Ravager is a proc of the skill, which carries its lucky hit chance of 31%. What a wild number. Ravager's duration is extended by 2 seconds per kill while active. This bonus is reduced by a quarter of a second each kill to a minimum of 0.5 seconds. That seems unnecessarily complicated. But I get it. While Ravager is active, the first upgrade measured, while Ravager is active, your core skills instantly dash. That's sick. And all Vigor gen is increased by 30%. .3 multi on all of your essence per second. Or Ravager passively stockpiles any healing you receive What? What? Ravager passively stockpiles any healing you receive up to 40 stacks. So each time I would heal, I get a stack of Ravager. While active. Ravager spends stacks to strike elite enemies. Up to 4 additional times. And do we assume that you can't stockpile stacks while it's active? Did anybody use this? Did anybody see anybody use this? I did not use this. Did anybody see anybody use this? Because whether or not you continue to stockpile stacks, well, so casting a gorilla skill is what deals damage. This is not casting a skill. So this should not work with Monkey Thorns at all. So the reason why I feel like this doesn't, it says Ravager passively stockpiles any healing you receive up to 40 stacks. While active, comma, Ravager spends stacks to strike elite enemies. The verbiage here says to me, once it is activated, Ravager's functionality is spend stacks to strike elite enemies. And I would not assume that it would continue to do this, because it is not passive. Life per second is not considered healing, correct? Nope. Life per second is basically a regeneration, which is not the same as an effect replenish, like instantaneously. Healing is the instantaneous replenishment of life. I believe Life Leech is healing. If this stacks while it's active, this seems pretty crazy. Because you just permanently have a 300% damage over time application with potentially massive layered lucky hit chance. Pretty sure Endarils doesn't trigger it. I would believe that. I do not know. I've never owned an Endarils. Yo, what up, Atoka? We are 30% of the way through reading the article. To like sit down with each skill and basically ask the question, how does this function and what should we expect it to do? There's one skill in the game currently that has passive and active. Which skill is that? What class? Is it Barb? It's probably fucking Barb. Or Rogue. It's probably Rogue. This is your little, is that a, what am I looking at? Am I looking at a beagle? What am I looking at? What's this little guy? Druid Cyclone Armor. Name's Chai. I love that. I love this for you. So I see the comparison. My gut is telling me it works differently, but I have no reason to believe that. Oh, that's a... Oh. Oh, yeah. Does it work for overhealing? Strikes, thank you for the follow. Because you actually cannot overheal unless you have an effect which says when you overheal. Not currently interested in the Spiritborn. Have your sights set on Season 5. I think that's fine. There's nothing else for me to talk about for Season 5. Like, I can't do anything more with Season 5 right now. And I've mostly finished playing the season. Like, what can we talk about? Well, it's the unknown. Just the Spiritborn, right? Ravager has a lot of questions. Okay, so let's just start writing about Ravager. Base skill increasing ferocity stacks is very powerful. And the added bonus of layering dot with decent lucky hit chance seems strong for activating different systems. Enhancement. It's also a really long cooldown for Thrash. I love you're very, very weak. I'm glad to hear that, Day. Calling it a Druid clone. Yeah, it's like people heard the word animal and they're like, this is a Druid. I'm like, no, it's not. It's nothing like the Druid in any way, shape, or form, even vaguely, remotely close. They just both say animal. It's when they talk to, yeah, so like, yeah, they both say the word spirit for sure. You know, yeah. But then, like, people saw it, and they're like, this is just strictly better Druid. I'm like, but it's, you can see it's functionally nothing like the Druid, though, right? Like you could see that, right? Like, because you could see it, You could see it with your eyeballs. You can use your eyeballs to see it. The enhancement... I mean, the enhancement is cool. It does nothing for single target, obviously. So, great for... Seems kind of like a nothing burger outside of Infernal Hordes or game modes where there's... it doesn't seem like a nothing burger. It seems great for a content type we don't necessarily currently have. Or... is that also... So here's the thing that I want to say. Here's the thing that I want to say. This doesn't seem strong enough. It doesn't seem strong enough for builds that would want to use it, where the place where it is best used is in Infernal Hordes in the Pit before the boss, or if the Citadel has consistent streams of non-elite monsters that have like perpetual... So like the enhancement says increase the duration whenever you kill something. But you have to be killing stuff the entire time. But what it does is it makes it so that your attacks trigger additional damage over time against enemies hit by them. So in the case against an elite monster or a boss, you would need to consistently have trash around them to maintain the uptime on the active. In those circumstances, what you gain is either resource gen or increased bleed damage for the price of a skill slot. Where you could have a stronger option that would increase your damage against that elite or boss. Look at this aspect that changes this skill specifically. Ravager no longer has a duration and instead drains vigor. This does nothing if you can't heal and gain stacks. Right? Because the moment that you put on this, this doesn't matter and this doesn't matter. You would want to use it with this. Excuse me. Because why would you do this? You wouldn't. Unless you could go positive on resource gen while spamming core skills, in which case you would do this. But then you don't really care about the activation damage. You just care about this thing. But you don't need to dash to your target against a single target. Can I use this thing existing and following the logical track which says that you would only care about continuing to get the stacks and to deal the bonus bleed damage with them against a single target? And if you couldn't continue to gain stacks, this would be useless. Because you would only have to attack 10 times in 6 seconds. This doesn't count as spending essence, and it wouldn't trigger Undying. Undying triggers on skill cast. You would really only use it with replenishing. Life per second doesn't count as healing. And it's whether or not the healing reads over healing. God, fuck. So I think it has to be clear that you can gain stacks while it's active, else that's useless. It uses up It makes it so that Ravager's Bleed can be used on a basic skill build indefinitely. Where you gain a 300% bleed. It's not hard to get healing onto the build. The Spiritborn itself just has roughly 1,000 avenues to apply healing. Can you even heal? Can you even heal 4 times in between each? You can't. You can't even heal that much. Can you heal 4 times per attack when the attack eats 4 stacks? Oh, it says that it triggers 4 additional strikes. So you just need those strikes to heal you. So we need to mechanically understand what strikes do and do not do in the game? So let's assume you can heal and that it reads over healing, and you can heal 4 times between attacks at your maximum attack speed on a basic build, and that you're using this on a basic build. And the benefit is applying 5 bleeds per attack. Is that worth an aspect slot when you have to use a 2-handed weapon? I believe the answer is no. So this either creates some kind of interesting proc build I can't think of right now. X-Falls? X-Falls? Because it should apply 5 instances of bleed. X falls? No, X falls hits the primary target. X falls does an explosion centered on the target. Is that a fix? Nope, it's always worked like that, always. X falls was the only reason why Infinimus did damage last season. X falls has always dealt its damage to the target that it triggers off of. Well, I'm just trying to figure out why you would do this and why you would use it. I think my initial feeling is pretty valid. That seemingly implies a way to permanently have this bonus that might enable an X-Falls build. I can't quite understand how it all works. Like, I get this, but it really doesn't matter. It's kind of like, that's like my initial thing. It's like, oh, you'll permanently have Ravager, meaning that you'll permanently be doing this extra strike damage. Okay. Do I think a skill slot is worth saying, like, this combination of things, like, have more base attack speed, apply a bleed, and then, like, your core skills become mobility? Maybe. But the class is already so hyper-mobile, so, like, that doesn't matter. The Vigor Gen is interesting. But it's, like, this thing that seems the most interesting. So that this does enough damage. But then it's like, okay, so the skill says, against a single target for 6 seconds, I do extra bleed damage, and I have a 20-second cooldown, which obviously you can manage the cooldown. So the idea is that you would have permanent uptime. This doesn't help you get there, except in AoE, but in AoE you would use a stronger ability. So, like, this seems like the payoff. This seems like maybe nice to have in the early game. But then if this is the payoff, you're telling me I can't get a skill that says, like, for 6 seconds do greater than 5 instances of damage over time? Would this be good with Stinger? I think that there are better lucky hit chance ways of doing poison damage. Like, this lucky hit chance is pretty trash. The only reason why this one is good enough is because its lucky hit chance is kind of high, but it has 5 damage instances, which is what makes me think about X-Falls. I think you could definitely do a poison damage over time application with this, for sure. Could it be combined with Umbral? Umbral just doesn't work on bosses. So, like, the major, like, I don't think that this thing is a great AoE tool, but you can use it for AoE. That's what the enhancement kind of says. Except that I don't think it really is that particularly good for AoE. But could you use it for essence management on Umbral? Like, you already have stuff like Vortex that you can have like permanent uptime on. I don't know. It seems niche. My major fear right now is that there's so many cool things that you can do, but already I think that there are skills which are just like need to use on builds, and this doesn't seem like it's as strong as the other things you could be doing. Like, this thing doesn't seem to empower the thing that it presumably does. And breaking it for single target damage is what seems like very good. But then I don't think that like worrying about its like cooldown reduction is really a thing. I don't know. It's hard to imagine this throughout the life cycle of the class without being able to experience it. Because not everything is just endgame. Like, this is obviously very good in the early game. Your core skills now all give you more mobility and help with essence management. Seems like pretty good for something that's going to be giving you attack speed, which is something that is in short supply in the early game. And this helps you in doing content that will typically get you gear, which is like Helltide. So like, that all makes sense to me. It's the late game application of it where I'm having trouble understanding its value if certain things are not true. Like, I need to better understand what they mean by strikes, how this carries lucky hit chance, does it layer on as a dot, which I haven't really played with bleed before, so I'm not 100% sure how that works. And then I assume you can heal while you're, I assume you can get stacks while you're spending them. Does it read overhealing? Do I need a thing that says that overhealing does something to be able to activate whether or not it can read healing? This thing is just like kind of a big enigma to me. Replenishing upgrade. Hattie, thank you very much for the follow. Replenishing upgrade seems like the high damage and high lucky hit chance payoff building into the skill. This begs so many questions about functionality. Questions. Does a strike mean something? Do these strikes count as individual damage instances and layered lucky hit chance procs? What's the point of the skill as a whole, and is it meant for the game/endgame? Is it really worth the skill slot? Bad cooldown length. Wait. Great lucky hit chance. Like a 7 out of 10 focus. Seems hard to fit into a build. But might define an entire build. I don't know, man. It's like I'm really my noodle is cooking trying to figure out what this does. Morgan, thank you for the hydrate. Like, Ravager is probably going to be an entire build. It just depends on how it works. Because it turns out 5 instances of 60% weapon damage over time is, like, pretty strong. If you can heal 4 times between each attack and go infinite on the cooldown. And it counts as layering lucky hit chance. And then you might have this like insane X-Falls build out of it. Where the enhancement does nothing. Which is funny to me. So I don't think it's even particularly good for AoE. Do you want to know a really good Helltide AoE build? It's just Jaguar. You just Jaguar ultimate.
To a bad content creator.
Why is that still so loud?
You're a real one.
The Spiritborn is cool as hell, but when Frozen Orb? If anybody can make it viable, it's you. Lol.
Morgan, thank you so much for the 2 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you. Spiritborn is cool as hell. Why is this still so goddamn loud? I like turned down volume by 50%. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. The counterattack was insane. Counterattack with what is it, like steel wing? What is it called? Razor wing. Very, very, very cool. Okay. What up, Nicholas? Am I still going to be a Necromain? Yes, I'm still going to be a Necromain. I'm going to be covering the Spiritborn, obviously, but like I'm going to be the Necro class lead on Max Roll still, and obviously like keep all those build guides up to date, etc. Toxic Skin has a low lucky hit chance, has a 15-second cooldown, also says Incarnate. Enemies that attack you are poisoned. We have to look at how that works with like damage over time effects and AoE damage effects. Activate. Your toxin overflows, applying the poisoning, this, in a trail and making you unhindered. Not unstoppable. Unhindered. The enhancement. While active, toxic skin poisoning is increased by 100%. I hate poisoning. I hate that word. While toxic, so measured, while toxic skin is active, your poisoning deals an additional 25% of its damage over time as critical strikes. Your dots deal increased damage fuck does that mean? Yeah, Bjorn was a rogue class designer before the Spiritborn. They'll be expanding skill trees. They did. Yes. While Toxic Skin is active, you're poisoning. So when you would poison a target, deals 25% an additional 25% of its damage as critical strikes to vulnerable enemies. The target has to be vulnerable. If they are vulnerable while I have Toxic Skin active, when I would apply poison over time, I deal 25% of that damage, or I deal 1.25 times that damage. It kind of doesn't matter. As critical strikes, meaning I have to crit on a vulned target on my dot build. Functionally, how does this work? I used Toxic Skin, but I don't remember. I used Toxic Skin, but I don't remember. Okay. That, and then also these targets weren't vulnerable. Oh. They're vulnerable. I use Toxic Skin. Let's see. Let me just be stuck here. Fly. Okay. So I activate it. I just did a crit. That's me using the effect. I do a crit over there for 389. So it seems like to me okay. It says to me, while it's active, if you apply poisoning damage to a vulnerable enemy, it does 1.25 times that damage and crits on the target. Nico, thank you very much for the follow. That's what it kind of looks like to me. It's that if I was hitting a vulnerable target, it would deal multi of my poisoning over time damage, but as instant damage, which crit. And it seemed to have 100% crit chance. That's what I'm taking it to do. Functionally. Sure. Replenishing. Toxic Skin passively increases Thorns damage you deal to poisoned enemies by a 2x multi. Just all the time. If you have Toxic Skin on your skill bar, it says you deal 2x Thorns damage to poisoned enemies. Now, how does that work when you add Thorns damage as a modifier to your skill damage? Because it doesn't deal it as Thorns damage, it takes the Thorns damage value and adds it to your base damage. I believe it's base damage, it might just be an on-top modifier, but that really wouldn't make sense. So, God. Hold on, we gotta go. Our glasses gotta go up here. So it gives you like porn. Porn. It gives you porn. Just gives it gives porn. Yo, hold on. Can we talk about the second person to use my HelloFresh promo? Thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thank you for helping to support the channel. Hope you get great food. Hope people are excited for the live stream where I cook and you all get to see what a bad cook I am. What I meant to say was that it gives you poison Thorns damage That's how you get to porn. Toxic skin, it gives you porn. Is this where I start saying don't let Frosty see that? And then people get clips and then send them to Frosty? I think that's what I do. Yeah, exactly. Thorn. Exactly. So the passive gives you return poison dot, which is very cool. The active gives you a trail of poison. Somebody said it reminds you of Singed. Singed was like my first main in League. I loved playing Singed. I absolutely loved just ignoring everybody and just running Singed top with like 5 Rod of Ages and just not giving a fuck. With Boots of Swiftness, I will get you and I will kill you. Makes you unhindered, sure. The enhancement makes you increase the amount of poison damage that you apply when you're attacked. Measured says that if you are applying poison dot to targets which are vulnerable, you will deal a percentage of your poison dot damage as a crit to the target. I think it gives you 100% crit on it. I think that's how it functions. Or having Toxic Skin on your skill bar will double your Thorns damage to poisoned enemies. I like how unhindered is basically the freeze length duration reduction of Diablo 2's cannot be frozen for unstoppable. Toxic Skin. Seems good. Base skill just kind of seems good, right? Seems like an amazing poison application engine. Basically for free for any builds. Enhanced. Enhanced is kind of meh, but reasonably powerless for the overall skills over performance. Measured. Upgrade. Oh, with Vital Strikes, applying dot damage shouldn't eat it, right? Because applying dot isn't doing direct damage normally. Huh. That's interesting to consider. like, seems absolutely cracked for builds that don't actually about doing dot damage, where you instead build into crit damage because it would be faster DPS and stacking the dot. I'm thinking Andes, but only to proc tons of auto crit damage onto targets at range. Replenishing. Replenishing upgrade. And auto include on Thorns build. Questions. Does the modifier to Thorns damage then increase damage dealt that carries your Thorns value? It seems like it wouldn't. Mid cooldown, length, low lucky hit chance, 10 out of 10 focus. Seems like it fits into many build types for its diversity of utility and damage stacking. Do you have to get the... Yes, you have to have them on your bar, Zach. The skill is not considered to be passively active unless it is a skill which is equipped. And you obviously can't activate the skill unless it is equipped. Then we get the... So Mirage builds into Unrestrained and Swift. And then Apex and Diminishment. Mirage, gain 100% increased dodge chance during evade. Whenever you dodge, gain crit chance. What's up with all of this, like, sometimes crit chance? What's up with these sometimes? What's up with all this conditional crit chance? And everybody's going to be using Soar where you don't exist during your evade. Now, obviously, there is the... this. Not this. Bristleback. No, where is it? Oh, wait, hold on. Am I an idiot? Not dodge chance. I'm thinking of block chance. Okay. But yeah, like, what's the point of having dodge chance when everybody's going to be using Soar? Oh, these motherfuckers get to actually have iframes when they evade. Man, fuck this class. Ugh. No, I just, like, I forgot that Evade doesn't actually have iframes in this game, even though it's supposed to be representative of, like, very clearly the gameplay experience of a FromSoft game. Where Evades have iframes, but they actually get 100% dodge chance for a 1-point wonder. Like, they get iframes for a single skill point. Where's my noise gate? So I'm talking up here, y'all can hear me. Kind of whispering and you all can still hear me. Okay. All right, we're gonna go with that for my noise gate for right now. Let me know if the audio sounds like choppy or weird. But I just noticed that basically you all were getting like every noise I was making, which was weird because I do have a noise gate on and that should be catching it. How's Necro looking for season 5? How's it looking? We don't really know anything different than what we were first given as patch notes. We've learned that they're increasing lucky hit chance, which is valuable for the Necro. And we don't really know what the differences in unique items will look like and what they have taken from the experience in the PTR. So I would say right now is that we are not more informed about how the class will look, but Bone Spirit is going to be insane, and basically everything else got generally nerfed. So that's cool. But they added Helm of Lucian and Eye of Lochran to the game, and it turns out having 100% crit chance and like a 2 or 3 times multi on your amulet and a 2.5 multi on your helmet makes just about any build really good. Aren't you that smart guy? I am one of the people who I think would be referred to as a smart guy. I generally think I'm fairly intelligent. You can tell I'm smart because I'm wearing glasses and I'm looking at a screen very confused while lo-fi wave EDM plays in the background. It's the glasses for sure. Yeah, like if I ditch the glasses, I actually just kind of become a bit like a Chris Evans character. That was a wild transformation. Can we talk about this? I think the shirt's just tight. Hold on, let me put on the smolder. There we go. Yeah. Lost 50 IQ, but got 50 bitches, so kind of evens out. And I'm using bitches there as gender neutral. I'll take any. Gotta flex. Bam. Bam. It's not bad. It's not bad. I've lost the vast majority of my definition, which kind of sucks, and I'm getting a little bit of a fupa. You're thinking of Riker? Hold on. I didn't realize that I was the carrot top of stand-up comedian streamers, but if you're thinking... Hey, folks, I think you're thinking of Riker. And now you're thinking of Smart Riker. Hold on. Bam. Perfect. There you go. I'm every streamer you could want to watch. The only thing I don't do is like scream and go above and beyond shock jock kind of stuff. It's not really my bag. Mirage. These devs actually gave the Spiritborn iframes on evade, and it makes me actually hate this class. The crit chance continues to solidify the concept that people shouldn't expect to have 100% resting crit chance. Okay. Unrestrained, you deal increased damage while unhindered or unstoppable. Seems bad. 1.09 when you're unhindered or unstoppable. You can have like fairly high uptime on unstoppable. Seems kind of mid though. Oh, that was another thing. I ran into an issue with Swift where it just wasn't working. Luckily, I was able to report that. I need a hoodie. All right, fucking hold on. All right, hold on. Hold on. All right. And then we put this on. And then where did my glasses go? Here we go. And here we go. Because you got to put it up, but you want to see the Riker. Okay. Perfect. There we go. This is so uncomfortable. No macro Sanat. How do I do Kai Sanat? Hold on. Hold on, chat. Hold on, let me move this mic super far away. Hold on, chat. Here we go. And I need like ridiculous half broken headphones. And then fucking hold on. My chair needs to be broken. I need to be using a broken ass chair. And then I need to fucking hit him with it. There you go. Now I'm Kai Cenat, Riker, E-Girl, Rax. Fuck. I'm tired. Now I'm Kai Cenat. Although, he uses a particular verbiage I don't get to use a lot at all, you know, because white. But I feel like he gets to react in a very powerful way, which I won't be able to participate in. Talk to her. I don't talk to her. There we go. And then just to remind everybody who I actually am, and then we add this in. Perfect. Add in Rob's hairstyle. Add in Rob's hairstyle. Hey boss, how do you intend to see my hair? Also, look at this oh, hold on. You want me to be Kai Cenat. Look at this forehead right here. That's a forehead right there, boy. Push back. Barber be pushing it back. Much love to Kai. Dude's an absolute legend. Ugh. Get out the wigs. The only wig that I have is a blonde wig. So uncomfortable now. Where are my glasses? Hey chat, where did I put my glasses though? Just got back from a meeting. What is this that I saw? Look, I got asked a lot of things. And here we go. Perfect. I'm wearing my glasses right now. Where? Perfect. 10 out of 10. Let's get back to talking about this. Gemini Monkey, thank you very much for the 1 year, boo-boo. Appreciate you. This is the streamer I am now. Will this make me famous? Will this get me the views? What up, fam? It's your boy, the Hidden Leaf Konoha Village Ninja. Sasuke and Jindayo. Datebayo. Straight to the front page, baby. Where's the hype train? Give me your money, but for entertainment. Hold on. Also, yes, I do just have multiple Naruto headbands from high school on my desk at all times, because if you don't have that, I mean, what are you trying to do with your life, honestly? I need my glasses. All right, perfect. Six Wings, thank you very much for the 100 biddies. I appreciate you. Try Amaranth next. Actually, I got to meet Amaranth. Amaranth's pretty cool. Amaranth is friends with one of my friends in the cosplay community. And I got to meet Amaranth at BlizzCon at the meet and greet that I was a part of because... actually, very specifically because DM was sick and couldn't make it. You said from high school, like it was normal for high schoolers to have Naruto headbands. When I was in high school, it was. I mean, Naruto was like the shit when I was in high school. Can I do queso? Can I do queso in a way that like isn't uncool and body shaming? Do I even have like a queso impersonation? like, Queso's whole shtick is that he incentivizes people to make fat jokes and then he reacts to them. I don't think I got it in me. Shoutouts to him, shoutouts to the comedy that he makes and the content that he makes. But I don't think I have a good Queso joke in here. I could do Jinxie, but I would just blow out all your speakers. I could do I Show Speed, but I would have to go to Denmark and get mobbed. That probably wouldn't work out. Who else is big? I could do Sketch, but like, I did have sexual relationships with that man. I don't have his comedic timing. Sketch is fucking hilarious. Was it Norway? It might have been Norway. Sketch is a fucking goat, man. The only reason why I didn't do OnlyFans is because I didn't have like a great camera and self-esteem. Can I do Asmongold? Asmongold and my personalities are two very different personalities. I don't think I can really tap into that. I could try to explain to you why, historically speaking, a woman could never be a ninja in Japan, but like, that sounds pretty lame. Yeah. I could try to mansplain to you why a woman couldn't beat up men in ancient Japan. That's why Assassin's Creed isn't believable. Unrestrained. Do I think Unrestrained is actually a thing? Besits a track, Winky Face? Yeah, sure. And there's probably tons of stuff that we could sit down and talk about, but I haven't really had an opportunity to talk to Asmongold. So. We keep it fairly clean. It's definitely like cluttered because we don't have a lot of room in our apartment, but we keep it fairly clean. Yo, holy, I just noticed something. Y'all want to see something funny? Shoutouts. See that weird object in the corner that you can't really see? In that like random PVC pipe it's attached to? That was my original green screen before I got a real green screen. Shoutouts to the OG green screen back there. Just a green piece of like felt, green duct taped to PVC that I made like a giant sail out of. Unrestrained. You deal increased damage while unhindered or unstoppable. Do we think this is one of those things where it's like an auto include or it's not really anything? Thank you again, Six Wings, for the 100 bets. Can you have it? I think it would cost a lot of money. I think it would be cheaper for you to go to Home Depot and go to an arts and crafts store than for me to ship it. I'm being honest with you. It's like $10 in PVC, $10 in fabric yardage, $4 in duct tape. Do you have a way to get 100% DR? No, you can't reach 100%. You can't reach 100% damage reduction because it's always a reverse multiplicative percentage reduction. Sword can make you unstoppable. Yep, sword makes you unstoppable. Monkey armor makes you unstoppable. You know, monkey armor. Monkey Armor makes you unstoppable. Soar makes you unstoppable. Another thing makes you unstoppable. Payback can make you unstoppable. You can obviously use Metamorphosis. Become unstoppable. Did they add new aspects that make you unstoppable? Excuse me. Sorry. It seems bad, right? You can also become unhindered, which is like meh. Barbs can currently get 100% DR from elites, other players. How? I'm fairly new to the Diablo community. Can you please tell me who's that girl that was at Vessel Hatred? That is Fame underscore. F-A-M-E underscore. $25 ranks to Martial Vigor. How do you get that many? One, two, three. 3, 18, 21. Martial Vigor. One, 24. 1, 2, 3, 18, 21, 24. So you need to triple Masterwork crit max rolls on 3 gear pieces. And then Masterwork crit on an amulet. Well, you can't get Martial on. It's a defensive. So it has to be your helmet, your chest piece, and your pants, and then this. Yeah, sure, man. There you go. They might just mess up and make... Well, block DR? Block DR is not going to be additive, no. Or rather, no. Wait, what do you mean? Block DR will be an additive stat for your total amount of block DR. Well, hold on. I guess I can't say that for certain. Yeah, maybe. Do I think you actually run this 1.09? Seems unrestrained. Seems fine. Well, we run fueled by death. But you can choose to activate Fueled by Death basically for free whenever you want. Yeah, it's fine. Seems fine, question mark, I think is good enough. Seems fine. When we're talking about the DR, so the reason why this works this way, like this martial law, is because while this thing is multiplicative, the ranks to it are additive to the multiplier it will reduce damage by. Things that say increase your block DR will almost certainly be reverse multiplicative. But I guess I can't say that for certain. I didn't read the tooltip. I'm not concerned about it. So Swift... Swift is weird, man. Where, like, it's doubling down on being very good for speed farming, but then against, like, a single target, what's the minimum value that it will reduce cooldown by? It's every fucking time, dude. And I just need to stop replying. But I can't not. Swift seems great for speed farming. My question would be, what is the minimum cooldown from traveling 0 range when used against a motionless enemy to proc an effect? Apex. You deal increased vulnerable damage. Double this bonus for elites. Insane. Absolutely bananas. Bananas level crazy. Apex. Auto include on every build. What the fuck do you mean? It's just like an 18% damage multi against bosses. How is it a generic 18% damage multi against bosses? Is that just me? Is that just like way too strong? Vulnerable enemies deal less damage to you. Pretty cool. Seemingly an auto include. Every build. I don't know why I capitalized that. Okay. Oof. Defensive skills. Rogue has a Vuln multi-passive, but not that crazy. Exactly when Twitch says Rogue's Malice passive, but better. Just better. Armored Hide. I really, really liked Armored Hide. Passive, gain a resolve every 5 seconds. Every 5 seconds, you gain a stack that says that you gain 20 DR. The active grants unstoppable and 100% block chance for 3 seconds. Very cool because you don't have to use a quarterstaff to be able to use this and gain block chance. Pretty long cooldown. Decent lucky hit chance. Why does it have a lucky hit chance? Why does it have a lucky hit chance? Oh, from the adaptable. Okay. So the enhancement says activating Armored Hide grants you maximum resolve stacks. So 8 stacks immediately. Increases your thorns by a flat amount for the duration, which is 3 seconds without any tempers. Adaptability. First upgrade. When you evade through an enemy with Armored Hide active, you deal 100% of your thorns damage to them and heal for 5% of your maximum life per hit. So per target that you hit. This also means that anti-synergistic with Soar boots, which is interesting because you don't travel through the targets. You fly above and then you fly back down. Well, you would probably do the thorns damage when you land. That probably counts as the end of the evade, I would assume. Reinforces, while active, Armored Hide increases your block reduction by 5% for every nearby enemy. With no cap. So technically speaking, with infinite monsters around you, Reinforce Hide active says you take no damage. And how many monsters you need is equal to the current block reduction, 100% minus the current block reduction which you have, divided by 5. So at 50% block reduction, you only need, 10 monsters around you. But they have to be nearby. Armored Hide seems absolutely goated. Just like insane survivability. Can you block dots? You can't block a dot which is already applied to you, but you could block an incoming missile which would apply a dot. Can you block ground effects? Again, I think it depends on what the ground effect is. Like, can you block an explosion? It's a great question. I believe the answer is yes. But can you block desecrated ground? No, because desecrated ground just says when you step on it, you have a dot applied to you. So it's not really dot effects and ground effects. It is the effect specific type. So like if it applies via a missile, yes, you can block it. If it applies a debuff to you that carries a dot, no. I'm currently doing Lord Zero runs with a random player. Cool. GG. Good luck getting your drops. I forgot I got this cool hydro flask with this silicon straw. The Spiritborn on it. Also, this is a very niche, not even a complaint. It's just it's a observation. the Vessel of Hatred is a very green thematic expansion, and we got a lot of awesome swag for it. Look at my cool Spiritborn desk map. Desk, you know, rubber pad. Look at how vibrant and cool it is. It's hard to show off all the swag when it's all green and most streamers are using a green screen. Well, most poor streamers are using a green screen. Rich streamers can afford to have a stream set up in their house. Rich streamers can afford to have a house. When you're poor like me, you use a green screen to hide the fact that you're in the middle of one of the rooms in your 4-bedroom apartment that you rent with 3 other people. Armored Hide is insane. Armored Hide. Glorilla. Incarnate Defensive. Base skill is absolutely goated. Fully activates block. And unstoppable while maintaining DR stacks. Enhancement is insane as well. Further empowering thorns while maxing DR stacks. Adaptable. Adaptable. It's the reason there's a hit chance effect while weaponizing your thorns proactively. The heal is kind of unnecessary, but does activate some when healed systems for free. Reinforced can make you unkillable from all attack and missile based damage given enough close targets. And that seems overly strong while still being pretty good against a single target. Do I have questions? Not really. How much is rent in my area? Our house is insane because we've been renting from the same guy for 8 years. He likes us and doesn't need to go up on rent to make money. So we rent a house and it's $2,800. We could not live at any other apartment in our city if we had to move out of this apartment. Long cooldown. Mid lucky hit chance. 10 out of 10. probably used on every hardcore character. And even in most softcore builds. Survivability and thorns setups. Where do I live? I will not tell you. I already have police reports in on stalkers, sadly. The internet is a scary place. I live in the greater Boston area. It is fucked. Internet's a scary place, boss. In Vancouver, you're paying $2,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment. Oof. Oof. Rough. Oh, wow. Hey, we're like 5 hours into this, and I sure am almost done with the... I've just started the defensive skills. And it turns out when you like sit down and try to think of every single thing you can think about for a thing, without even considering tempers and aspects, it gets kind of long. Really, like... This is why I just had to start playing the class and just feeling stuff. Because I can't just look at this and go, all right, yeah, that's good. Like I have to eat it. I have to like sit down and consume it. Concussive Stomp. I didn't like using this skill a lot. It just it didn't feel particularly good for me. I wasn't trying to like maximize it in any way. I was just like, I have so many other things I can put on my bar. Stomp in front of you, releasing a shockwave that deals a small amount of damage and knocks down enemies for 3 seconds. 10-second cooldown, lucky hit chance, 21% in an AoE. Not too bad. The enhancement says that Concussive Stomp grants a barrier equal to 10% of your maximum life per enemy hit for 3 seconds, up to 100%. Pretty cool. Three-second barrier, though, is like pretty meh. Especially since it's supposed to knock down enemies for 3 seconds. Hold on. Hold on. So it CCs enemies for 3 seconds. And then grants you barrier for 3 seconds. Now, obviously, like, it still generates barrier, but, like, against, like, a boss, but then it's only 10% barrier. And you'll probably eat through it quickly, but, like, why is the barrier Like, how come barrier just doesn't stay on you until it's eaten? And we just reduce barrier effects. Well, it's the irony that it's meant to knock down enemy. It hard CCs targets for 3 seconds, and it generates barrier for 3 seconds. So the idea is that it generates barrier for monsters who you didn't hit with the skill. Now, obviously, there's a bunch that goes into it, right? Like, other monsters walk up, monsters that can't be hard CC'd, when elites are unstoppable. And then other things like you use this as a finisher, and then you move on to the next pack, but you're typically not engaging. You're not, like, realistically getting 100% of the bonus of the barrier. It just seems like a weird thing to, like, tack it on to. You know, adaptable concussive stomp. When enemies recover from concussive stomp, you dodge their next 3 attacks. Fucking what? Yeah, what up, Trev? When enemies recover from concussive stomps, you dodge their next 3 attacks? Like, why does it have the best dodge and the best thorns and the best block and the best mobility? Well, it doesn't have the best mobility. But, like, and the best dots. Why does it have the best everything? The best ults. The best basic skills. Why does it have the best everything? Or reinforce. Concussive Stomp gains an additional charge. And does 6x damage, which is 90% damage on Stomp. To make my pants wet. Y'all are too much. What? Got a 3 GA Magnum Opus. Nice. Hope you get to use that. Concussive Stomp is insane. Like, this is the stupidest shit I've ever read. Hey, shout out to my boy Ground Stomp. Base skill. A decent targeted hard CC with good stagger application. Enhancement. Enhancement makes sense and is decent, but is a non-synergy with the base skill. When knocked down for 3 seconds, and you get barrier for 3 seconds. Seems like the time should be longer. Obviously, it has value against single target, but the weird interaction doesn't make sense. Adaptable upgrade is the strongest thing for red. Question. Does a boss coming out of stagger count for this? Reinforced upgrade is interesting as a tool for single target. But my question becomes, would you use this geared towards that? Then to activate a barrier requirement for a gorilla build. Short cooldown. Mid lucky hit chance. 7 out of 10? Might be too cracked. Seems fine. Also, cracked in PvP. Seems like absolutely disgusting for PvP, honestly. Unless gaining Unstoppable doesn't count as recovering from it. You guys talking about another content creator yesterday. Tried to search for her on the YouTube. Can't find her. Fame_. And she streams on Twitch. I'm not sure if she streams on YouTube. There you go. She's on YouTube. Fame_Regalis on YouTube. She also live streams here. Wait, are these lives or are you re-uploading? Yeah, these are lives. You also play Dead by Daylight? Oh, these were years ago. Damn. That was concussive stomp, not ground stomp. Rip. Counterattack. Now, counterattack is very cool. I like this a lot. Passive, gain 20% dodge chance and automatically retaliate against close enemies for 80% damage when you dodge their attacks. Active. Dodge all direct attacks for 2 seconds. Has 2 charges, cooldown of 13 seconds. Counterattack's cooldown is reduced by 0.5 per stack of ferocity. You can have 7 stacks of ferocity just from skills. So it would be 3.5 seconds on the cooldown. Kind of a nothing burger if you don't get ferocity. Not even kind of, it's just straight up a nothing burger if you don't get ferocity. When you dodge a control impairing attack with counterattack, it will reflect that crowd control to all close enemies for 2 seconds. How relevant is this? Relevant in PvP. I think counterattack is going to help us to better understand what effects have been applying the crowd controls the entire time. That's like kind of a thing. Reinforced. Counterattack passively increases your critical strike damage by 10% for every close enemy. That's pretty mid. It's like with one enemy near you, you get 10 additive crit damage. I was trying to think of bosses that apply a dodgeable crowd control effect. So like Khazra Abomination doing its like big attack that knocks you down. Kader, thank you very much for the follow. Now, Blood Bishop. Oh, his like grab? Is that dodgeable? I don't know. Can I dodge Lilith's pull? Ag has the knockback from the wave. I think Den Mother's lunging attack knocks you back. Duriel charges you. Not too sure. Now, chat, I saw something. That was interesting. When I went to re-roll the stats on my weapon on the Spiritborn, there was only generic damage in the pool on the weapon. Although I believe that that was a thing with the build that we were on and not indicative of how weapons are changing in any way. But it begs the question, why did they believe that 10 additive damage for reinforced counterattack is anything? Clubby, thank you very much for the follow. Could just be a typo. It's a 1.1 crit multi. No, that would be insane, though. Would it be insane? Would it be insane? I don't think so. Huh. Been watching your YouTube vids and following your guides for a while now. First time on your stream. Yo, thank you for coming and hanging out. I appreciate that. They play the game a lot, so they would know. Oh, wait. Buddy, they do play the game a lot. We should critique the developers for the things that they do, not the narratives that we invent to put them down as humans. Because we need to feel superior. To get rid of additive damage sources? It would be. But when I asked, I don't want to misquote anybody, but I was pretty sure, like, hey, there's only damage in the reroll pool. Is that real? I believe they clarified that that was not the reality. I don't want to misquote anybody. Hi, Mater. Oh, because I wasn't. Yeah, you can shred that. Or the recycling. Yeah. Yeah, it's because I wasn't at work, so they couldn't give it to me in person. It's just a pay stub. Huh. Well, let's think about it. You have like 10 monsters around, you get 100 additive damage. That's like kind of a thing. It has to be a multiplier. But if it is like, if it is a multiplier, that seems like way too good. Yeah. If that is a multiplier, that seems like way too good. It seems like way too good. Even against a single target, this thing just saying you have a 1.1. Is that too good? I guess that's not too good. Let's call it a multi. So now this says you have 20% dodge chance, and you'll auto retaliate against monsters when you dodge. This alone means you could probably get up to like 100% dodge chance just with like GA boots, and then this, and then a bit more dodge. Then you get to choose to dodge all attacks. This is what says if you have ferocity, so this is building into Jaguar, you have better cooldown on it, which you might not even need. You can reflect CC. This one is like, this one's cool. I think this is more relevant for PvP, weirdly enough. But like against a single target, this being additive would be insanely nothing. It being multiplicative means that you're like shredding elites, and you also get like this like pretty massive multi when the boss summons ads, so now you're incentivized to not kill ads. Like this one skill on your bar saying you do like 1.5 damage to the boss as long as you can keep the ads alive. Also, I assume the Citadel is going to have like bosses with ads and stuff. So I think this makes more sense if it's additive. No, because then against a single target, it does fucking nothing. I'll assume it's a multiplier. And that's just wrong. Counterattack. Just absolutely cracked. Counterattack, defensive incarnate Jaguar. Base skill, passive, and active are both cracked out of their gourds. Enhancement. Maybe good enough to cap. Dodge chance, even without the active. Enhancement, benefits, building into ferocity. Where you can reliably at 3 seconds. The cooldown. So it's 2 seconds, 3 seconds is 5 seconds, 8-second cooldown. Use the second charge. 2, 5, 5. A little bit of cooldown reduction. So you can basically use it like 3 times in a row. Going infinite on this would trivialize most content. Adaptable? It's seemingly built for PvP first, while adding some stagger potential. To the active, the skill, but figuring out how this works with bosses will be a priority. For reinforced upgrade. Is this a multi or additive? Question. Does this point to additive becoming valuable and less prevalent in the expansion, or is it just a 1.1 multi versus single targets? Good cooldown. Unreasonable to assume it will have good lucky hit chance. 10 out of 10 cracked out of its scored. Heard more about the Citadel? We have not. Yo, what up? Patrick. How we doing? Scourge. Holy. Oh. I haven't like quite recovered from my my sleep debt. I've been very sluggish and tired. Call forth a wave of insects that bite enemies, fearing and slowing them for 3 seconds and applying 100% poisoning damage over 6 seconds. Cooldown's 12 seconds. Lucky chance 21. Scourge was very cool. Enhanced. Each time you hit an enemy with Scourge, you gain increased damage versus crowd-controlled enemies for 6 seconds. Up to 50%. Sure. It's interesting. I like it. The idea is that you'll actually be able to like maintain this buff. Adaptable Scourge adds a lucky hit component to it. If you click Adaptable, you now just have a lucky hit effect, which says hitting an enemy affected by Scourge is up to a 50% chance to lifesteal 35% of the damage done. Bitch. Okay. Reinforce Scourge. Casting Scourge grants 100% of your maximum vigor over 6 seconds. How come the centipede skills can be used with every single build? Like, it's not only that the class does everything, and it's not only that you can make any of the skills do any skill type that you want, but like these, I feel like you got to ask the question, like, does this fit into my build? And this thing just says, like, hard CC with damage application and poison activation, and a multi so that when we're staggering bosses, you get a free multi against them. And solve your essence management, or give you lifesteal. Because balance. Holy man. Wow, that is too many. Oofa doofa. I think we're gonna call it on Scourge for right now. I think we're gonna come back to Scourge. I'm very, very hungry and I'm feeling incredibly tired. I think I just need to like take some time to rest. Also, everybody else was like, yo, we got sick from the plane ride and all of that. I do not currently feel sick, but I definitely feel very tired and sluggish. I'm getting old. I am getting old. I quite literally got older. Grim the Kid, thank you so much for the follow. Yeah, I'm thinking about the HelloFresh dinner. Honestly, I wish it was already here, but it's coming on Friday. Because balance. Probably is harder. Yeah. It was also just rough. Like with some intermittent, like 10 to 20 minute long naps, I sure just was awake from like Thursday until I slept on Saturday morning. So balance. I think we're gonna call it right here. We're past the halfway point. We'll finish up the rest of it. And then what I want to do is I want to look at tempers and I want to look at aspects and see how they all interrelate. Dude, the Thai lettuce wraps I'm super stoked for. Those are probably going to be the ones that I make for the stream. I'm so excited for them. With the little crostini ricotta hot honey bread appetizer. But yeah, I think tomorrow's stream will be, we finish up these skills where my brain can like reload and start thinking about stuff. And then we can go look at tempers and aspects, and then we can, hopefully that goes fairly quick. And then we can talk about like like synergies. I think that's the game plan. Hope y'all are down for that. I also think I messed up with lunch today because I ate like a salad and I don't think it was enough carbs or enough calories. I need to go eat some more food. But I think we're gonna, I mean, it's also like, I typically only stream like 7 hours and we're at 6 hours and 49 minutes. It's actually a pretty normal stream length for me. Wild. You're the second person who used your HelloFresh. Yo, let's go, Continual. I'm excited for you. But yeah, shouts to HelloFresh again, our sponsor this month. If you use my discount code, 1, it helps out the channel a whole bunch, but 2, you get like a bunch of free meals and you get a free appetizer for life, which is a pretty cool little add-on. I would recommend checking it out. It now works worldwide. I'm gonna bring that up at the end of every stream because I have to, because I'm a corporate shill, but also I want it to be a successful campaign. You know what I mean? I haven't done a sponsorship in a long time. Heard season 5 is close. Is it? Yeah. Like where it's in August. Our last season started in May. But yeah, let's go ahead and find somebody to raid with all you beautiful people. Yo, Makuna's playing D4, let's go, baby. Where's everybody else playing? Dude, a lot of people playing First Descendant. Mods up to
4 or 5 people at one time. It was pretty.
I have no, I don't know what I'm looking at right now. Boys playing Teamfight Tactics, let's go. Grand Pooper's playing Elden Ring, let's go. Let's go hang out with Darth. We'll hang out with Darth. Oh, Dioxide's on? Or Raid Dioxide? I didn't see him. Oh, my boy Dioxide. That's 2 oxygen. Boys playing some Demon Hunter on D3. Hey, I gotta be honest with y'all. That is the dumbest looking skill animation in the history of Diablo games. I know people like it, but like, that looks dumb as hell. Let's go give Die some love. All of our Shaw mats are gonna work, or are they all non-required parts gonna disappear, return to the proper part, or what? They did explain. The ones that will currently exist can be transmogged into the single one. And then only will drop the single one. But alright, y'all. Hope that y'all have a great night. As always, auf Wiedersehen, au revoir, arrivederci, sayonara, so long, ciao, kapkun kap, sawadi, guten Abend, cheers, ciao. See you all again. Bye-bye. We'll finish up tomorrow.